Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I'm your host, Mark Anderson, and I'm pleased to be joined by Alex Skorick, who'll be presenting today, as well as knowledge seekers from around this planet, as we all are playing a role in bringing the world peace with a new science, a new ethos, and a new language to this planet. As Jefferson just alluded to, the game between, well, I guess Argentina did win, but it was a beautiful ending and they all hugged each other. And as I said, we want to see a win-win situation. And that's what China's trying to do with the One Belt. But we're going to be doing this with the entire planet, as everyone and all the beings on this planet, as well as the universal community, are going to become elevated. So let's go right into it and see what's in store for today. We're all going to be part and play a part in this for the betterment of the entire Unicos.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information. This video gives an insight into the therapeutic progress of a wheelchair-bound subject diagnosed with Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Male, age 58, since his late 40s has been suffering from the two aforementioned conditions, which over the past 2 years have progressed dramatically, leading to a substantial loss of control over his limbs. He was brought into the hospital in a wheelchair, unable to transition from it to a standing position, stand by himself, or walk unassisted. Holding a pen and writing was also beyond his physical capability. The processing of this case started in China in early September 2019 using the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The subject spent 15 to 20 minutes twice daily in this unit under the supervision of a team of qualified doctors and physiotherapists. The progress of rebalancing this condition through the use of the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is presented in this video. Knowing that every case is unique, the duration of the full rebalancing for such a condition, while steadily reducing medications, is approximately 16 weeks. Currently, a team of healthcare professionals continues with the process and upon completion will report its findings to the scientific world. Day 1. The initial assessment. The volunteer is in a wheelchair. He is unable to take any steps on his own. Day 4. Standing up. The volunteer stands up by himself after the plasma processing sessions and takes his first steps using a walking frame. Day 5. The volunteer is walking using a walking frame. He is walking unassisted, walking outside, and is confidently walking towards his car. Day 6. Walking outside. He is walking with more ease by the day. Day 12. Plasma processing. The volunteer walks faster, easily passes through doors, and even manages to sit down unaided. Writing. The volunteer is able to write for the first time after a very long period. Day 14. Standing up. The volunteer transitions from kneeling to standing. Day 15. Ongoing improvement. The volunteer is now far more agile. Day 29. He is able to do squats on his own. Day 30. Progressing. Various exercises, such as step climbing on elevated surfaces and walking backwards, are now possible. Day 30 plus, vocal exercising. The volunteer begins vocal exercises to restore his voice and speech.
Ah.
The volunteer practices motor skills and hand-eye coordination using a ball. Day 36, exercising. He practices further coordination skills. He is more proficient when step climbing on elevated surfaces. Day 40 plus, walking. The volunteer is confidently taking a walk in the park. Day 40 plus, coordination. Now he is confident to resume a normal life and go shopping with his family in the crowded market. He is improving his movement coordination. Day 40 plus, exercising. He continues to exercise in the public parks. Day 42, running. Unimaginable. 7 weeks earlier, he was in a wheelchair. Now, the volunteer runs for the first time. Day 42, running. He is running longer distances with ease. Day 45, running. He quickly progresses, getting better day by day. Now he runs in the sports arena, achieving 300 to 600 meters in different sessions in a way that doctors barely keep up. Day 59, climbing. The volunteer engages in adventure park activities and successfully climbs on a net. Day 60. Cycling. He now adds cycling exercises to his routine.
And I did forget to mention, this is July 11th, 2021. What a beautiful video. If anyone asked you about the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit, you can point them towards this video. We didn't see any tubes, any scalpels, any needles. And I think one of the most profound things about this video, and I was just wondering what's going through this gentleman's mind, even though he was just starting to make sounds and recovering his voice, was that the Keshe Foundation has brought dignity to this man. He was unable to get out of bed without assistance, transitioning into the wheelchair, had to be put on a toilet most likely and help there as well to be put back in the wheelchair. So this is where science is meeting the soul of the man. And of course, the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit will be able to do many, many more things than just what we've seen here. And of course, each one is going to come with multiple stories like this, and probably even greater than what we've seen here in this 22-minute clip. So I know that there is a program going on to bring it into different cities around the globe. So if you're interested, contact the Keshe Foundation. I don't know how many of these units will be delivered or exactly when they'll be delivered, but it's going to revolutionize this planet in so many ways. It's beyond our imagination what this technology can do. So thank you all for watching that, and please share this video with doctors, with nurses, with physiotherapists, as the Keshe Foundation is looking for these types of people to interact with the units, and those will be processed through the unit. So within 7 weeks, transitioning from a wheelchair, fully documented, into jogging around the park, opening his car door, going to the market, is returning the dignity to the man. So this is very beautiful. And of course, we'll see many more different types of technologies as well. So let's, if we can, if anyone would like to make any comments, please feel free. Otherwise, we'll go to a few announcements that Mr. Keshe made from the 388th Knowledge Seekers Workshop.
Okay, here we are back, the 388th Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday, July 8th, 2021. And I believe we're ready to begin the second half here of today's show. Mr. Kesh, are you ready for questions, or would you like to continue teaching? How would you like to proceed?
There is a couple of small announcements. Then we proceed with the questions or teaching. First of all, that the Kesh Foundation Permanent Exhibition Center in City of Linz is more or less completed. We will have everything in complete position and in order by first week of August. And simultaneously, with the same process as we have built an auditorium and a presentation area plus the exhibition, the first conference of the space technology and workshop for space development will be held in Linz in the first weekend of September 2021. This will be a two-day, what we call exhibition conference workshop, where we start teaching you the advancements in space technology, where the world knowledge seekers can come in, learn firsthand, and take the technology back to your nations to teach. Then, at the same time as we're working with the world leaders to bring world peace, we allow the knowledge seekers to start setting up the first tools, the first systems for deeper space travel if they choose so. We provide the workshop facilities in a limited way, as we have the facilities in the center. The position is very simple. We teach you the basic understanding and technology, and you will deal with the knowledge seekers directly in a way to understand what you need to do, what you need to set up between each other across the nations, across the countries, across communication, language, and borders, that we start making the first phase of one nation, one planet. The first space workshop or teachings or conference on the 4th and 5th of September will be the first series of workshops and conferences will be held in City of Linz by the Kesh Foundation. The position at the moment and the seat capacity is limited due to Corona, between 50 to 70 people, according to the space capacity we have. We open a position of reserving this position in the next few days. You can book directly, and all the accommodation, everything else is on you, how you accommodate yourself. We're in a prime position, not very far from many hotels and cities. We can provide a list of. And then in September, we follow with the agricultural conference in the center. Every 2 weeks or 4 weeks, we set up new conferences to teach everything from the permanent center of the Kesh Foundation. For covering the expenses of this conference, a fee of flat €500 has been allocated to the foundation as a donation, and you receive your reservation. In these teachings, please do not come to see or just waste time. Come to learn how to develop the next step for the human race in understanding of the knowledge. We will teach as part of our agreement with the 5+1 how to develop nuclear space plasma technologies on your own, with your governments, with your technologies. We accept knowledge seekers from governments in these conferences, but we will record most of the teaching that in the future can be taught directly on the Kesh Foundation TVs. The space conference is for those who want to understand the space technology in a true way, how to create motion, how to create conditions for life in space. We'll follow this with a second conference in September or November, and we'll carry on with this process till we train thousands of people and then take back to universities in Iran, that we collectively teach in a way through governments and understanding of nuclear technology. The first conference of the space technology is for knowledge seekers to become, to understand, to physically handle, to process and the tools of space, to both understand the socio-economical effect of it and the physical making of the systems and the interaction with the soul of the man and the system, that you start learning to work in both dimensions. This is the beauty of what we have as what we call a new era for the Keshe Foundation. And the exhibition center, which is permanently and is part of, belongs to the Keshe Foundation, becomes the process for you to learn more. It comes for process for many of you to take next steps in your countries, in your nations, for different aspects and technologies. Will incite new knowledge within you. It's for you to develop and come back in the next conferences to show what it is. We invite world scientists to these conferences that in that process, they'll learn and they'll come through. In a conference in more or less 8 days from now in Bucharest, in Romania, we'll announce the first conference for the scientists, world scientists to attend in Linz. It'll be done, will be announced, and in collaboration with the scientists around the world to attend this conference. That we start setting up the first stages for what we call scientific development, evaluation, and process for a space technology. In so many ways, we have started teaching in a correct way. And at the same time, the research lab of the Keshe Foundation in Austria, it's going back to its full capacity. And where the conference is, the manufacturing part of the Keshe Foundation has already been set up to go ahead in January. In a way, when you come to Linz, you will see from theoretical to the development, to manufacturing, and to be part of the new life. The same process will carry on in our new center in China. And at the same time, the same process will go through in Tehran. We hope that we create the same facilities in Arizona in the coming months. And the same will go for what we call facilities in Mexico City, or in Mexico through what we call Tijuana. We are not relying on others. We already have the premises. Now we start expanding and teaching worldwide the same way at the same time. The other point is that the conference in Bucharest next weekend will be another step as a first scientific conference for Keshe Foundation. And please, we know it's reached full capacity and they're trying to ascertain more places from the what we call the providers of the conference hall. Please come in to learn, and please come in to understand that the process of the peace starts with a true understanding of the correct knowledge, and how, as knowledge seekers and scientists, we can expand it to the next level. As a vertical organization, we don't need nothing else and nobody else to do it for us. We do it for ourselves, that with us, we can do it for the others. Thank you very much for all your support. And I'm sure the first conference, scientific conference of Keshe Foundation, as a workshop training, will be a position for many of the knowledge seekers to start understanding the true process of the space technology. That the space technology is a reach of every man, does not belong to a government or a nation or exclusivity of organization. Thank you very much.
Now, I'd like to continue on as Mr. Keshe gives another bit of information about how Iran is intimately involved in releasing of this technology. As we know, this technology, this sharing, will be coming out of Iran, and I think it's a beautiful stage that is being set. So let's see if we can find that clip. And here it is. So we'll hear about 20 more minutes and then write down your questions or comments, and we'll see if we can entertain them.
For the knowledge seekers who want to book for the conference, the space conference workshop in Linz, you have to go to the Keshe Foundation store and make the booking. And please make sure that all the payments and donation goes to the foundation, as this is part of the foundation organization. This should be open anytime in the next few minutes. As we announced, it will be opened up, and it tells you the first Space Workshop Conference Linz. Then we announced this first agricultural conference 2 weeks later, 2 weeks from the 4th and 5th. The first agricultural conference, international conference, will be held in Linz as the data for agriculture around the world in September starts coming in, and we bring different scientists live or online to explain more and how the agriculture has changed and will change through the new technology. Any other question?
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Case.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. We have Gatoa with a hand up here, and Marnez. So Gatoa, could you go ahead, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Rick. Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning, Dr. Gatoa.
Mine is to thank you very, very much for bringing about world peace through science and knowledge and new technologies, as opposed to forcing it. And because prior to your teachings, we have known the world has, for the most part, known changes through force of arms in one way or another. But attaining peace through knowledge and science is amazing. So I thank you very much for bringing us to this point, for bringing the whole world to this point, and for the new era for Keshe Foundation with ever ceaseless, unending new technologies. It's like every day we have something new, or we learn something new from you, Mr. Keshe. Perhaps, I don't have a real question, but perhaps you could explain to us, if you so wish, what changes in Vienna when when Keshe Foundation participates. As you said that you'll be involved in these talks in Vienna, as most people don't even know what is happening now. Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
The Vienna conference is what we call the 6th round of works, which are trying to actually clean up the mess which Trump created. We were on course, a lot of things were perfectly on course, what was going on. But President Trump decided through his son-in-law, as he was a Jewish, to give a favor to the Israelis. And he one-sidedly went for his son-in-law to keep his daughter married, as we call it. And he went for Iran and the process of the peace talks with Iran. There was no reason for it. We could have done a lot of things in a different way. But in a way, it's what we call the will of God. It had to be done that way, that we get to the position we are in. And the Vienna talks at the moment is a total halt, because the present government in Iran is in transition to the new one and cannot negotiate. And secondly, it does not receive the backing of the Iranian leadership, as the corruption and fraud within the structure of the negotiation is so huge that we could not control it anymore. Every person knowing is the last phase of the talks in the administration, they tried to milk the Americans from everything they could, as they will get this and that done. But we have to realize Iran sits at one of the biggest contractual sign ever known, in a way, a 400 billion contractual agreement with China, which brings a new phase in Iran, what we call economical position, And the Americans are not happy with this. But that brings a huge financial burden on Iran and the next generation, which has to be renegotiated with the Chinese. So the conference in Vienna is not just one-sided. Secondly, we see the massive influence of the Germans in the nuclear industry, which should not be done according to the Second World War agreements, because it brings back to Germany by proxy reaching nuclear technology through Brussels, because they now have found a way to finance through SCK, which is the nuclear arm of the Belgium, into nuclear industry, which is completely illegal against the work of the United Nations. But with the way we see and the way we operate within the conference in the background, as you see us, we cooperated in the 5+1 in the background, we set it up. It'll be that the nuclear technology will be shared amongst all the nations. We don't give advantage to no one. We are not going to spring a surprise on Americans and say we're going to do it. We announced it today as we asked the White House and our people inside the Oval Office connections to ask the White House to listen clearly to the message today. The peace talks with Iran stays resolute and permanent, and we stay correct to it. But as long as it's beneficial to everyone at the same time. You cannot stop the process and progress in science and technology. Iran nuclear technology is far ahead of the Americans in so many ways. But in being ahead has created a fear within the state of Israel that they might be on their next strike. Iran has no animosity with the nation of Israel. The only problem Iran has is what we call the destruction method used for the others using the way of thinking. In so many ways, the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation in these cycle of peace talks will be knowledge and technology in exchange for peace, but we deliver the knowledge on and through the Iranian scientists. We do not want to see the end of the discussions with what we call the group of 7, which is 5+1 plus Iran, and we want to extend this to include Japan. We want to extend this to bring in India into the same. We want to make a bigger group than 5+1, but make it a scientific organization which represents at least 90% of the world population. For this reason, 5+1 has to bring additional forces as a scientific organization to become very much the way we have economical G7 and G20. We become G9, G20 of a scientific organization. This is the aim of the Keshe Foundation through Iranian new government. And we'll lead this way. What you call the G7, the World Economical Leaders Meet, we want to create something like a G10, G20 of the scientific world organization, that they see the knowledge spread and shared and balanced amongst all nations. This is the outcome of the 5+1, the way we look at it in Iraq. And it will happen only if one gives up first all its rights, but in a fairness that everybody else has it. We have volunteered to do this. We volunteer to share the knowledge of the proliferation of the nuclear atomic energy of Iran with the open door policy with the rest of the world, which means we want to show why we are proliferating nuclear materials to such a high level. Many of you will understand and understood in the teachings. We need a process to be able to travel the depth of the universe in a different way than today. At the same time, we need to understand the process of maintaining and creating life in that process. One comes from high-level nuclear radiation proliferation that we need to do. If you remember, the first Iran space reactor developed in Tehran Sharif University used nuclear-based technology. There are different ways. In the body of the man, we use B12 or B6 to create radiation to sustain life. We cannot use plutonium and uranium. But the B6 and B12 radiation is not strong enough for the space travel to create and maintain long endurance creation of plasma. We need atomic nuclear plutonium plus for maintaining their long, strong fields for deep space travel. And this is in the hand and the reach of the Iranian physicists. And we will push with this. So our preparation of the nuclear material has a space development technology, not the weapon which the Americans, with the support of Israelis, have done and created to them. But with this, we create a new dimension. In a way, we create systems that cannot be seen by the present radar. In a way, we can create that literally homebound every naval ship in their base. As I said to a Chinese once, I prefer to see all the American naval warships to become holiday camps, to become pulled ashore and travel people around the world to show, than to go around to kill man. And this we will achieve in the coming months. I assure you, we paralyze every naval base in the world if they're used for killing and terrorizing and everything else. An army has to serve its nation, and as one nation, armies of the world, naval forces have to support other nations. They should travel without arms, but with equipment to support humanity. This is what we will propose in the Vienna talks to the Americans and the Chinese and the Russians and the rest. We take a different course, and Vienna talks is the changing point. If we do not come to an agreement with the present elected officers of Iran, Keshe Foundation will take its own course to deliver through other channels. But our understanding, present time, with the Iranian officials is that we will go that way, and we will present. We show the technologies, and we bring people for them to see that the technology is not only in the hand of the government. This is why the workshops. I think when you attend the first space workshop in September, you will see a massive change in knowledge. We open new dimensions. We open new understanding. With it, we invite our officials to come in to see. In so many ways, we can accommodate maybe up to 200 people in this, but with the corona present, it's better for us to do it so. We try to keep a space gap, but use the facilities which we have created now in Linz as a every week used center for world scientists to get together. We have our television station there, we have our exhibition there, we have the factory that can just walk through what we call one door and walk from the exhibition into the television center, into conference center, and into the factory. This is the beauty of the new center. It's impressive. And this way, we start spreading knowledge directly through what we call first-hand, through people to people, knowledge seekers, scientists, world scientists to come. We will announce the first scientific conference in a very short time in Rome, in Romania, in Bucharest next week, where we invite the scientists from universities and governments to attend sometime in September, that they see the development, they see the change. And this process has to come. We'll lead from the front, and we have at this moment the understanding of the Iran newly elected government, and we'll present our technology to according to what it should be done. Do not expect to see the Keshe Foundation in the front line in conferences. We never took the front line unless we are asked to do so. In 5+1, I always took a back seat and had a full understanding and support to give when it was needed. So what we see in Vienna and with what will come from Tehran will be the beginning of peace talks. Iran will walk away from 5+1 totally. We are not negotiating sanctions. We are delivering new technologies that the governments sanction themselves from learning it. In a way, financial sanctions against technological sanctions, which we know which one will lose first. When the other countries develop the technology, your sanctions worth nothing. In so many ways, knowledge and technology in exchange for peace was part of the work which we take, and that's why we put immediately the September conference on, and then the following conferences. In the Space Technology Conference of September, we'll invite scientists from NASA, Russian Space Agency, and Iran Space Agency, and the Chinese to attend. This is the responsibility of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers in their countries. We invite the scientists from Brazil to attend the conference. And in that way, we show them the new change through the governments and through the scientific organization. And we handle this very carefully. We have a beautiful heads of Keshe Foundation who they both are aware of both scientific developments and the technological development of the Keshe Foundation, and they're both scientists. We're not bringing somebody from outside. We have the pillars of this Keshe Foundation as knowledge seekers, like Dr. Gatwa in agriculture. We have Dr. Parviz in Dubai on the medical side of what we call holistic medicine. We have huge knowledge seekers of great knowledge and prestigious position, which will attend these conferences to bring more and more understanding to the common man and common scientists in universities. We have taken the lead, and this time we'll lead right from the front by sharing knowledge and technology. We have our own television station. We can disperse the knowledge the way we like, and everybody can reach it. And progress has taken time, but now we're in the right place, right time, and the right position. But should be no problem for any of us to be in any what I call position to worry what might be the next step, what might be the others, because now we start doing it and delivering it directly through the Keshe Foundation and through understanding of the what we call the technology. And our conference on the 4th and the 5th of September is the beginning of it, and it's on the back of the first meetings of the Vienna talks with the governments of the 5+1. Now we show them alone. Most probably the key people at the conference will attend the Linz Center to see the technology and they understand what is to come. We use the center at Linz as a position of delivery and showing of the new technologies, and at the same time to be developed and completed in different parts of the Keshe Foundation world.
Mr. Keshe, well, there's a question about this, and I had a question as well. Will there be live access or video access to conferences and workshops and so on, like, for example, the Romanian workshop? No, not at the moment.
I know the Romanians are recording part of the conference. We keep these conferences totally on the, what we call a wrap, because we sometimes will teach things which we do not want it to be, but accessible to certain, especially to the scientists and the politicians. We, as we've seen, we use the politicians, the scientists, and the knowledge seekers three at the same time, for the politicians not to think something is hidden, is in the hand of the public, and for scientists not to become arrogant and think they're the only one who understand. They understand the common man in the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers already has access to the knowledge. And I hope the knowledge seekers don't become arrogant and think they're the only ones who know it and they share it as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe, and we very much look forward to the new developments and the new era that plasma science brings to the world. Perhaps when you expand these Vienna talks to include other countries such as Japan, as you mentioned, with all due respect, I would ask you to also consider including some African countries. Thank you very much.
We will give opportunity to all the countries and nations. It is the same, both Africans, South Americans, Pacific Ocean countries, and Asians and the Europeans. All will have the same position. This time, we won't leave anybody behind in the knowledge of transfer of shares.
Thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome.
And best of luck. Best wishes.
Very much.
Okay, so you've heard the call going out to all nations, island nations, landlocked nations, large nations and small nations. please send your representatives to these conferences, as it will enhance your nation as you develop the knowledge and it's shared with everyone. Those who don't attend will be apparently left behind. And so hopefully all nations will benefit by this. And what a beautiful oversight. This is the information you will not see on your television, but this is actually what's going on in the background on this planet at this moment. So thank you all for listening. I know today was a day of spraying. As you saw the gentleman being processed through the unit, we are actually processing the soul of this planet in so many ways, as we take the opportunity to spray the plasma water to elevate the soul of this planet into a peaceful, permanent condition. And the Universal Council is leading some of this, as we see in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace. And Dean has gracefully read this so many times for us. I think we'll allow it.
I don't know
play.
who's gonna do. Dean, do you want to do? Because your role is good, Dome of Peace. I don't know if you're available to do the Dome of
Yeah,
Peace.
Stefania, I can read it. Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you. Thank you, Stefania.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, so this week, as many weeks, and hopefully many of you are doing this on a regular basis now. You're spraying the plasma waters across your environment to bring about peace within yourself and within the environment, and feeding back into creation and receiving back the peace and many other aspects of creation back into yourself and bring yourself back to balance. So the Dome of Peace for Mr. Kesh. Please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. KF knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So I know many of us are participating in this, and many more can participate in this. It would be nice to go out on Sunday morning or Sunday evening and see many others start to spray and so on. And I know Liliana in Mexico has undertaken quite a large group of people to coordinate the spraying on Sundays. And I'm just wondering if we didn't really give her an opportunity before, because I sort of played this right in the beginning, and I know she's working on it around the same time as we start this meeting. So if Liliana would like to say anything or mention what you're doing in Mexico, we'd love to hear from you. If not, we can go directly to Alex, and he will be presenting some knowledge for us today, some space technology and knowledge of the Kesh Foundation. Liliana, there are translators here for you if you'd like to open your mic or say anything you'd like to say.
Oh, hola, buen día a todos. Gracias. Gracias, Mark. No sabía si era la grabación o...
Muchas gracias. John is here for you.
Yeah, good morning to you all.
Hola, John.
Hola, Liliana.
Sí. Bueno, el día de hoy estuvimos por ahí sprayando, nos acompañó Sueta. Un amor de mujer.
Today we were spraying all along, and Shweta accompanied us with the spraying and all the organization. Adelante.
También estuvieron varios compañeros, estuvo Salomea, Gianni, Jefferson, y varios compañeros.
Several knowledge seekers like Johnny, Salomea, Jefferson were present also.
Sí, muchas. Y bueno, queda abierta la invitación para que nos acompañen para el próximo domingo. Iniciaremos 15 minutos antes para que en lo posible podamos iniciar a las 11 de la mañana. Bueno, acá en México.
Sería una hora antes de esto, ¿no?
Sí, abriremos la
Yeah.
sala 15 minutos antes de iniciar.
Yes, we're all invited to next week to the spraying technique or spraying job, and this is done 1 hour before the North American group, and they get together 15 minutes before that. So I would be an hour and 15 minutes before the North American meeting.
Y pues también por ahí hacemos pues una invitación a todos los coordinadores de los demás equipos, por ejemplo, de Brasil, Rafael, por ahí Estefanía, en Francia, no sé si puedan por ahí comunicar o tal vez o organizar con sus demás compañeros para que entren a la sesión. Bueno, si pueden, ¿verdad?
We invite all the different coordinators, if there are any, in the different languages or countries. And the idea is to have a get together beforehand and organize the whole thing for each Sunday.
No sé si tengan alguna otra pregunta. Estamos editando lo del video para poder mostrárselos próximamente, pero estamos trabajando en eso.
I don't know if you have any other question, and we're also editing the video so we could be able to show it in the near future.
That would be great. Anytime, as I've explained to Raphael or any of the other people around the Keshe Foundation from any other nations, you're welcome to use this platform to promote the technology and what you're doing in your nations. This is not exclusively an American platform, as we have knowledge seekers, again, from Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Germany, Austria, and Sweden, so many other places, Romania, and so on. So just feel free. You can use this platform, bring your videos, and share the screen as we are moving into the one planet, one nation, one race. So thank you, Liliana, and thank you for your work you're doing.
Muchas gracias. Como dice Yalala, a nosotros. Y bueno, que pasen un buen taller y que tengan un buen día.
Yes, we're all doing different things in different ways and so on. Jefferson, please go ahead.
Hello, Mark. Hello, everyone. It's Jefferson Rodriguez from Brazil. And I would like to say that this meeting that Liliana has brought for us as idea, it's very powerful. It's very powerful. And I say thank you to Liliana, because this we can feel throughout the spraying, but we connected the energy throughout the vision as well. And it's very powerful. Thank you, Liliana. Muchas gracias. Está muy bueno. Lo encuentro como siempre.
Sí, muchas gracias. I know today I went into one of the more dangerous parts of the city, but I said everyone's sleeping anyway, so let me spray pretty well around this area as we elevate the soul and those who are above the soul of this planet and living in certain locations. And then I was thinking it's all being connected together. So we're putting little pieces into place every time we do this. And again, you don't need the GANS water. You can use your own emotions and intentions to raise the soul of this planet. It is the collective awareness that's taking effect here. So thank you, team in Mexico.
Mark, can I show you a gadget I've got lately? And it does spraying continually.
Oh, sure.
I'll open my camera.
Okay, not that I'll be
I'm-
able to.
I'll have to share, no?
Okay, let me see. I always get jammed up. I'm gonna spotlight this for everyone to see. Do I need, you already are co-host. You need to share your screen, I think, but I'm gonna spotlight the video and I think this could work. Is anyone seeing what John is showing?
You can see my face right now.
Let me
well,
double click on this and see if it, yeah, I see what you have, but I don't think everyone else can see it. It's just my spotlight for everyone. It's not, but it is a, if I just move this over for a moment.
It's just like the moon, the light moon
Mhm.
we have at the store.
Yes.
But instead of being a moon, a light, it spews up a continuous
Oh, I see it.
humidifier.
Yes, it's a beautiful mist. Yes, I have one of those as well. A different configuration, but it's an ultrasonic in some way, isn't it?
Exactly, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And it does it for 10 hours with non-stop.
Excellent, excellent. Okay.
It's a beautiful gadget.
Sorry, I was speaking with my mic closed. Thank you, Alex. I know we delayed you a little bit. I can play the disclaimer for you, or if you have it, you can play it as well.
Good day, Mark, and good day, everybody. Please play the disclaimer.
Okay, I'm going to have to take the screen back for a moment.
No problem.
And here we go. Let me adjust the volume.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you, Alex. We see your screen.
And thank you very much for a beautiful introduction today. It's a really, really big weekend on this planet, and there's so much to talk about, and I think it has a lot to do with the convergence of a lot of forces. And I want to thank everybody for being here. I know there's a lot of anxiety, especially in Europe, because of the game coming up shortly. I'd like to talk fast, but people have asked me to slow down a little bit because there is simultaneous translation. Because this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, and we do have not only from North America, but from all around the world. It is indeed an international community. And so I'd like to welcome everybody to this plasma science class. It is the Intermediate Understanding. We are part of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, and our subject today is conversion. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. And of course, when we talk about North America, that includes the United States and Mexico. And interestingly enough, on Sundays here, it's extended to right around the world. So there's something going on. Excuse me. We have tried to bridge the knowledge between the archives and the new knowledge. One moment, please. There are over 3,000 hours of teaching. How do we do this? Do we have the time? Do we have the interest? What are we interested in? What do we want to talk about? And so we get to be scattered all over the place. So what we've tried to do is to just try and put things in an organized manner so that we can have a discussion. So terminology was where we started. And all the classes that have come through the intermediate and advanced teaching, which are all part of the basic teaching, is to use the terminology in context so that we can be more skillful. And so this teaching is still for new knowledge seekers, mature knowledge seekers, and more importantly, teachers. Regardless of how many teachers we don't have enough teachers. And the other thing is, we can't sit around and wait. We have to move ahead. And so we try to advance through basic understanding the various parts of the body and how they relate to preemptics. And we've tried to move ahead so that we can get into an intermediate understanding. And that's where we're at right now. And you say, well, I just want the cups of life. Why do I need to have this advanced understanding? Why do I have to go through this? And actually, you don't have to go through this. The point is that as we increase our knowledge, the most apparent thing that comes of it is how little we know. Because every time we add new knowledge, we may add one piece of knowledge and we come up with 10 different questions. And it just shows, in a sense, where our society has been lacking. And that's where we're at right now, where we're having problems in our society because we have a divergence in our society, and then we have a convergence of urgencies. And somehow, some way, this all gets converted. And this is nothing, we haven't discussed this in great length. And so the last 3 weeks, I'm trying to bring this to focus, ironically, as the question becomes, where does the divergence begin? Where does the convergence end? Or, which is first? Is it convergence or is it divergence? And then at what point is the conversion? And what do we mean by conversion? And who cares anyway, especially on this soccer weekend. It is a soccer weekend. We had a main event in South America, and today we have a main event in Europe. But there's other factors that are going on in the background, because that doesn't stop. The world doesn't stop for us. So in the terminology, we try to expand on the understanding of what it means to be magnetical and gravitational. And when we bring this together and convert this to plasma, this is the direction that our knowledge has to take, because the energy is always in motion, goes through various dimensions, and has different gradients of dynamism. And this is all natural plasma, and we are natural beings. And it's a shame that so many of us go through life, we don't understand how we got here, we don't understand where we're going. And as a matter of fact, we don't understand what we're doing or why we're doing it. We don't have a sense of purpose, so other things happen. And fortunately, with respect to the plasma science, it's well organized in the first 3 books of Mr. Kesh, with book number 1, The Universal Order of the Creation of Matter. And you say, well, I just want a cup of life. Why do I have to worry about the creation of matter, let alone the universal order of the creation of matter? And that is because that's exactly what's going on in the cup. And all that is a representation. And so we're faced with representations, surrogates, in fact. And the thing is, everything that we're looking at explains how things are working, because life is for learning. And when we talk about life, and we look at the purpose of life, one of the questions, of course, is how do we get from here to there? And so a lot have to do with the misunderstanding of the structure of light. And this was outlined in book number 2. And so these books are very highly technical, but I think everybody understands that if you have a field and you have a fence around the field, if you want to go outside of the field, you either go through the gate or over the fence. Now, if you want to come into the field, you have to kind of do the same thing. And so these are kind of skills that we have to understand. So we are faced with our basic 3-dimensional world, which we've outlined and summarized as we understand in science, the X and Y and Z axis, but we refer to them in plasma as transmission, which refers to rotation, transition, which can be related to the pulse, transmutation, which has to do with field strength. And we don't know enough about this. And what we're beginning to see that there is a transformation and there's a transportation, and there are many, many fields of interest with respect to the field strength of the natural plasma technology. And so the plasma itself is at the core of this whole system. And it's constantly positioning itself and then repositioning itself, because there are other plasmas and these plasmas interact. And so this is where the dynamism of the universe comes into play. And we are kind of oblivious to this dynamism. In fact, there's an interaction as opposed to an opposition, because to have this, to facilitate this interaction, there has to be energy and motion. And then what is the motivation for this energy and motion? And how does it go through these various geometries? And so not only do we see that there are more than just 3 dimensions, but there are also soul dimensions, and there are emotional dimensions. And so this is all part of not only creation, but co-creation. And so when we look at our field of operation, we have various ranges. And what we find that if we transcend these ranges, we can become more effective. So how can we be more creative and more effective and do more and be more, when in our society, we're constantly asked to do more with less? And the more we do and the less we have, eventually we'll be experts at doing everything with absolutely nothing. So getting back to the creation of the universe exists from energy. And energy is a charge, and that charge is in motion, and energy is always in motion. So the charge in motion reflects the direction. And so there's an interaction of plasma fields. And with this interaction of plasma fields, it follows this 2-dimensional pattern that we're looking at here, which is an infinity loop. And so basically, the formation of principled matter comes from PM ticks, They come together in the force field interaction. They create a balanced condition we call a maggraph. And this is the process of creation. And for some people, destruction is a form of creation. And for others, creation is a form of creation. And there is difficulty in both. There's difficulty in the execution of both because there's pushing and shoving. And when pushing and shoving meet, sometimes there's conflict. Now, in the way we create rays, there is a kind of a conflict, and that is the dimension of the neutron, as we see in this model of the nuclear decay of the neutron, breaks up into an electron and a proton. So, and this is the basis of atomic structure. The transaction currency is energy, and this energy is released in the form of a PM tick. So here we have the origination of the PM tick. And this PM tick is energy in motion. And where is it going? Well, gee whiz, I don't know. But when it finds a partner, it wants to do a dance. And so when two forces come together that are similar, they start to create a rotating field. And in that process, they build a field, and we start with the two dimensions, the X and Y axis. And then we build that up into a third dimension, which is the Z axis. So the Z axis is actually the strength of the field, you see. And so where does this energy come from? And so we find that this energy is abundant throughout the universe. And when we think of the universe in the way we've been taught, is that it's empty. There's nothing there. But the truth is it's full, absolutely full of energy in motion. And so this energy in motion is the currency of life. But this energy as a currency is actually a plasma. So we have other fuels on this planet which we consume, but in the universe, the plasma is the energy fuel. So energy is a plasma fuel, and it comes to this earth. And I'm really glad that the earth is taking care of business, because we have our set of problems. But the point is that in order for us to have an earth, it has to be in a balanced position, so that the earth, our earth is our maggrav. Our earth is our maggrav spaceship, if you will. And this earth is in a plasma state. And so we've learned two basic higher energy states, the nanostate and the GAN state, which are also in the physical state. So somehow this energy is coming in from the universe. And we seem to think that energy is kind of a universal energy. And it's kind of like saying, well, if I say ice cream, every one of you is going to have a different flavor in your mind, and you're going to be biased towards the flavor that you like. And so that's what makes the diversity, and it's a beautiful thing. So this energy then has to be specific. It is, shall we say, targeted. And so as this energy comes, it keeps coming, and it keeps coming. But it doesn't just come from one direction, it comes from many different directions, and it keeps on building. But because energy is in motion, we have to put it in a rotating field, because that's the only way that we can keep it. It has to keep moving. And if it can't be kept in the field, then it just keeps right on going. So if we're successful in creating this field, that is called a plasma. And so we see a field with a boundary of the field and how it's created. It has a magnetical field. And in that process, it also gets a gravitational field. So this gravitational field is a balance, which we call a maggrav. And this field itself can be giving and taking. But in turn, this field has to have a motivation to do this. And so the motivation that is not visible is what keeps the energy in motion, isn't it? So our skill level needs to be able to determine that. So one of the things that we understand in physics is that an electron is a core component. And as you can see, it's structured the same way as the picture on the cover of book number 1. It has 3 plasma fields in there to add antimatter, dark matter, and matter. And electron being so small, it's considered magnetical. And then, of course, when we look at the neutron, and it consists of matter, antimatter, and dark matter. But because it's so big, it's gravitational. And so there's a difference. And I hope you can clearly see the difference. I put the two together here because a lot of people don't understand the difference. So the electron is magnetical and the neutron is gravitational. So I think all of you can see the difference. Here are 2 circular magnets. And as you can see, they're 2 different magnets. And they have a common field. But this common field has different polarity. That's why they're together. So what I've tried to do is to see how far apart can they go. And I've put them on a paper towel and put them on a smooth surface, held them together, and then released them. And that release energy is called repulsion. Now we can't see that field, but it's there. It's caused the magnets to repel. But you know what? It stopped. It stopped repelling. And so what does that mean? So that means that in between these 2 magnets are connected. And to maintain that distance is decided by the repulsion. But that distance is limited by an opposite force, which we call attraction. So I'm sure you can now see the difference between repulsion and attraction. And the thing is that this energy is not visible to the naked eye. So although the magnets are visible, the point of that exercise is to show you that there are fields at play that we cannot see. And these are not the only fields at play. When we look at a picture of a plasma field, again, this picture is not visible to the naked eye, but for reference purposes, we can see that there's an x-axis, which involves rotation, a y-axis, which involves polarity, and a z-axis, which involves field strength. But this is only half the picture, right? We need to introduce another plasma to bring in the whole picture. And when we see the poles coming together the same, then they repel. And we've seen from the magnets what happens with repulsion. So if we want to make something, we have to flip the poles and as such create a field of attraction. So now we have a whole picture. And the thing is, there's always energy in motion. So not only is there energy in motion to keep the hemispheres together, not only is there energy in motion to keep the hemispheres rotating, but there's also energy in motion to create a magnetic field. And then there is an exchange of energy between the 2 plasma forces. And of course, one is stronger than the other. But what happens if they're brought together too much? Or what happens if they cross over? And what happens to the gap in between? And what's going on there? So are we converting? Are we converging or are we diverging? And which one is the divergent and which one is the convergent? And as I said, you know, when we open up this kind of can of worms, I'm trying to figure out, and we ask more questions. And so last week we talked about how the eye movement is. So when we look at our eye movement, it moves in spurts. And so our eye movement is digital. And the space between our eye movements is completed by our brain. And so our brain interprets the digital eye movement analogously. And this is the blurry focal point in between the two source points. So the source is the blur fill between the points. And then what is our point of view? And is it our point of view, or is it our point of view of someone else's point of view? And, you know, when you don't have the knowledge and you don't have the skill, then you have to depend on someone else's knowledge or someone else's skill. Well, we can now do this in our own homes because there's a basic understanding. So we see energy is in motion, and that energy is created as an energy pack. And as we learn this, the other thing we learn is that the virus already knows this. So how come the virus knows this and we don't know this? And then we see that these energy packs come together and they create a force field. And this force field of antimatter, dark matter, and matter is not visible to the naked eye. So we're having trouble understanding this, so that the virus has no problem with that. And so what we're talking about is going from the PM text to principal matter, which is the foundation of plasma. And now we can elaborate a little bit more because we have the terminology, and we can see that going from the magnetical PM text to the gravitational MAGRAV condition, there actually is a divergence of the magnetical field forces, and there's a convergence of the gravitational field forces. And at some point in time, there is a conversion to plasma. And that's the subject today, this conversion. And as I said, this is a pretty big week. So a lot of us are very anxious because there's a big soccer game coming up. And I apologize, and I will forgive you if you are watching the game simultaneously or even just leave here. I know the English and the Italians are most anxious, but last night in Brazil, there was a soccer game between Argentina and Brazil. And so there was a lot of tension, and there was a lot of music and a lot of dancing. And so we understand music. But do we understand that our fingers are plasmatic? It's our fingers who play the music, but the sound that we hear is physical. So we actually have to step the energy down. Isn't that interesting? But we do understand that when we play a guitar, in order to change the frequency or in order to change the note of the musical instrument, we can do that by increasing the tension on the strings. And so that is guitar string theory. And so we know that Argentina has been very, very happy, and congratulations to Leo Messi and the whole team there for wonderful success. And unfortunately, when two forces come together on Earth here, there has to be a winner and a loser. And so this whole process involves another theory, the heartstring theory, where we are tugging at our hearts all the time. And so one team is exalted because we won. And another team is despondent because we lost. And of course, the team that won, well, we danced, and they probably danced all night. And the team that lost, well, they cried. But you see, the thing is, in plasma science, in life, there are no winners and losers. So all of this that is tugging at our hearts is draining us of energy. And if we are what we give our time and attention to, then we find where our limitations come in. And so we can clearly see that this energy is always being expended. So this is the question of whether we won or lost. We all leaked. We all leaked, and we continue to leak. And why is that? It's entirely possible that we enjoy this. We enjoy the exaltation of winning, scoring the goal. And we see that the emotion doesn't just extend to the teams. And although that stadium was empty, Wembley today will be jam-packed. And it doesn't restrict the emotion just to the fans, but it goes all around the world. And so the main focus was in South America because that was the Copa America. And Argentina scored the only goal. And then they converted that goal into a victory. But this information went right around the world. It wasn't restricted to the inside of the stadium. And the same thing's going to happen today in Wembley. And they are saying that, you know, we shouldn't have too many fans there for the sake of the other problem that's lingering. But when there's money involved, more fans will come in. I think there were 85,000 fans at the last game last Wednesday. So anyway, let's carry on with this tension of the strings, because when we look at the flux lines that go around this Earth, we find that these flux lines follow the surface of the Earth. And so we've discussed the perpendicular forces, which are actually right angle to the tangent. The tangent is the flat line that meets the Earth. The Earth has a curvature. So we use a tangent where the straight line meets the curved line. And then perpendicular to that is 90 degrees. But the flux lines are looking for this rock. So what we're going to do with this rock is we're going to lift it. And so what happens is that these flux lines seek density. And so they will pursue the rock through the range. And of course, these flux lines are seeking the density, and the rock is more dense than the air underneath. And so we know that there will be another reaction, because if the flux lines are seeking density and we let go of the rock, there'll be a slingshot effect back to the Earth because there's tension on the strings. And we know that because from our guitars and music and frequencies and things like that. And so when this rock comes to the ground, somehow, some way, that energy was converted. So it was converted from a rock being above the ground to being a rock on the ground. And, you know, it stopped at the ground. It may have made a dimple into the ground. So that's a physical rock that's coming down. But what happens to these rays and these energies that come into the Earth? And so we find that they are based on magnetical and gravitational forces. And we say the magnetical forces are repulsion, the gravitational forces are attraction. So if we are repelling forces, that's emission. And if we are attracting forces to retain them, that's absorption. And so there's a range between the ground and the sky being the magnetosphere, which is the outer limits of this range. And so most of us are around the 1.5 to 2 meter range. And if we are lifting the rock with our hands, that's as far as we can go. That's the only range that we can go. But even still within that range, we know that if we drop the rock, we better move our toes. Otherwise, we're going to feel the effects of attraction. And then we find that the Earth is rotating around the equator and the field forces are going through the poles. And there's a relationship, a magnetical gravitational relationship, which we discussed in the basic classes. But fundamentally, the energy follows a path. So it comes in, it goes out, and it goes around. But if there's no common ground, if there's no susceptibility, then it passes right on through. And we know that from things like X-rays and gamma rays. And these are rays that are of a higher frequency than the light that we can see. So they also are not visible to the naked eye. Isn't that interesting? But when we're discussing these forces, and we see that the energy is converging towards the ground. When we drop the rock, the energy is converging towards the ground. And we walk on the ground. So how far does that energy converge? And let's say I were to converge like a gamma ray all the way through the earth. And say that's me on top. I'm in North America. And maybe that's John Wells down at the bottom there. And so I go and converge with John. But the problem that John has is he's upside down. And so something's wrong there. And so we see that that's not the way it works. The way it works is that the forces are converging from the outside towards the center. And at some point in time, things flip around. That's why we had to flip the poles around on the hemispheres. So if I were to go and visit John, I would have to flip upside down. And so John and I would be upside down there. But if John came to visit me, well, he'd finally be right side up. But something is changing. And what is causing that change? So when all these forces come together, something has to happen to create a conversion. Because if it doesn't happen, then we have what's called a big bang. Because that energy has to go somewhere. And if it doesn't have anywhere to go, I don't know where it's going to go. And so this is not the way the plasma science works, okay? Because we're not into destruction, we're into creation. And when you look at the universe, what's going on in the universe, it is a peaceful place. It is organized. We seem to have these problems here. So we've opened up a whole new can, if you will, and we can't get back in because we're starting to see that the way we look at our relationships in our 3 dimensions, and we find, well, we're none of those dimensions. And are we of the 4th dimension? Well, how many dimensions are there? I don't know. And that's the problem. As we learn more, we find out how much we don't know. But at least, here's something that we do know. We know there's a physical state. And we know that there's a nanostate and a GAN state. And in fact, there's a plasma state. And we know that because we have loved ones in our family. We lost one this week, 27 years old, heart failure. So the energy state in matter state, small m matter state, we understand as heat and electricity. There are people who understand nuclear physics. And there are some problems with nuclear physics, especially when you don't understand the ethics of the universe. Fortunately for us, we are learning about plasma physics. And so we see there is a progression. But this is all physics. We're looking at plasma science. And at some point in there, all of these energy states have a barrier. And somehow we cross these barriers. And when we cross these barriers, then we have to come to some point where we're going from our physicality to our non-physicality. And so that becomes the point of conversion. As we understand nuclear physics, the question is nuclear physics the understanding of the physics of science? And so I think we all agree that that is the claim. But there's a new question. Is nuclear physics the misunderstanding of the physics of plasma science? Because we have to understand that there are higher energy states. So is it a time for conversion of our understanding? That's really what the question is. So we tried with these classes to have a relationship, to understand that when we look at our Earth and the position of the Earth, of course, we're walking on the Earth because the Earth is gravitational, but that's not the point of view that we need to understand, because the Earth is the spaceship that we ride on, and our spaceship is our body. And so within our body, we have a gravitational point, and that is the dynamic plasma state. And our physicality is the magnetical point. So our point of view is upside down to kind of what we've been talking about. So we have to turn things around. And we still have to dabble in our physicality, but too many of us want to take our physicality and, shall we say, improve our plasma state. Well, that's not the way it works, you see, because we always feed the higher to the lower, you see. When we go through the dimension building, we see that we go from the unstable to the stable, right? So we went through an exercise when we went through 6 dimensions, and when we got to the 6th dimension, we had 5 connections, but those 5 connections made it more stable. And yes, it was more complex, but actually it was much better. And so this is what happens as we go through these various stages. But, you know, our point of view is try and see, how does science have to do with our tiny little perfect world? You know, what does that have to do with me? You know, I'm a barber, I'm a baker, I'm a taxi driver, I'm a soccer player. What does that have to do with me? I'm mama cooking a beautiful meal, or I'm a chef running a fancy restaurant. What does that have to do with me? Well, it has to do with everything, because we are on this planet to do something. And the question is this planet better for us being here? And if this planet is not better for us being here, then what are we doing? And so all what we see is our visible reality, but we have to understand there's a whole background to this reality. So if we try and understand the plasma science, which involves the physicality, our environment is the Earth. We need to look at it as the Earth, which as our environment, which we kind of look at it as a big garbage dump. And then we see that we have nano and we have GANs, which are higher energy states. And we know that because there are activities that are happening that are affecting things physically and especially emotionally. And so there is a connection between our physical connection and our soul. And the conversion place is in our emotion. So we'd like to arrange something. Mernaz, you're accidentally on. So when we look at our dimensions, we can relate them to the plasma, what we call the nano and the GANs in the plasma. But for our purposes, we see a correlation between our little spaceship, our body, and our body's relationship to the Earth. And then we also see that what we don't see is that our correlation with respect to the physicality has a substructure of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. The energy that is permeating through the universe, which we call the PM ticks, and our soul. And so all of these have a relationship. And the relationship is that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. But the question is, how does the higher strength get fed? Isn't it? So there's a two-way street, and that's been the missing link in the science. The forces go both ways, and we can see that. We've reviewed the rainbows, and in this particular picture, I got a picture of two rainbows, and the second rainbow is a little bit hard to see because it's a reflection of the first rainbow. So the first rainbow is quite visible, and you see the blue on the inside of the arc and the red on the outside of the arc, and you see a dark patch, and then you see a second rainbow, and the red is on the inside of the arc and the blue is on the outside of the arc. And so if we were to relate this to the plasma of the sun's point of view, so the sun is a higher energy, so that's the antimatter, and the earth is the lower energy, so that's the light matter, and the transition matter in between being the dark matter is and it's kind of dark between these two rainbows. So we kind of understand that. And, that's above red is what we call infrared. And so the reds are meeting together. So between the two reds, the red of the inside rainbow and the red of the outside rainbow is an infrared. So there's an in-between there. But the point is that from the sun, the energy is diverging. From the Earth's point of view, the energy is converging. But you see, when the sun is shining, we're able to see this light. And so from our Earth's point of view, we have a similar relationship. Or from the Earth's point of view, the Earth is antimatter, the rainbow is the light matter, and in between the ground and the sky is the dark matter. During the daytime, it's lit up, but at night, it's pretty dark. So, and the same thing applies. We have, from our point of view on the ground, when we look to the sky, that view is diverging, and the light from the sky is coming into our eye, and so that light is converging. So we have energy going both ways. It just all depends on your point of view. Are we looking at it from the sun's point of view or the Earth's point of view? But what is instructive is that both views have the same divergent, convergent characteristic of magnetical gravitational relationships, but there's a gap in between. There's a gap in between, and something happens in that gap in between. So that's the link. And so from our link on our soul and the source and our point of view, what we see is our little tiny perfect world, which is the little red dot in the bottom right-hand corner, which we call man's universe. And we see the world from an earthbound point of view. And we wonder what is in the spacebound point of view. Well, the point of view is actually the same, because in our world, we see light within a spectrum of certain frequencies. And we see that the blue has a higher frequency and the red has a lower frequency. So on the rainbow, we see the blue is on the inside. So the higher frequency is coming towards the gravitational side. And so this is the point. There's a convergence on the gravitational side, but there is an infrared, so we know that, but that's not visible. And there's an ultraviolet, and that's not visible. And then we go even beyond that into higher frequencies. So these frequencies are the only frequencies that we can see within our physicality. The other frequencies we cannot see, but you know what? They are there and they are working. And so these energies are converging and they create what we call the periodic table of elements, because they're being absorbed by the earth. So these rays are coming, these PM ticks are coming to this earth, And this earth has got it organized. And I'm so glad that that happens, because I'm having trouble just looking after my little tiny perfect world. And so we were introduced to nanostate. And what's instructive is that basic math is that we find that 1 + 1 is more than 2. So this is the new plasma science. And so where does this energy come in? And we find that when we create a pattern, we get the energy. So we create a nanostate, which is a physical manifestation of a star formation with gaps. But, is it upside down or right side up? I don't know. It doesn't really matter, because it all has to do with synergy. When these things come together, they create a pattern. However, when we see these plasma energies come together, we can see that there is a focal point. There's a top of the star formation. There's a base of the star formation. But in dynamic plasma, it involves minimum 2 plasmas, although even that's not possible. So plasmas interact. And so there's an effect. So some plasmas are emitting energy, depends on if they're higher or weaker strength. Some plasmas are converging energy. And at some point, we can have plasmas, because of the field strength barriers, they can be back to back or head to head. And at some point in between, whether it's back to back or whether it's head to head, there's a conversion. Okay, so somehow we are converting what we understand in physicality as mass light, and we understand that there's against light, and so we've seen a progression right on up to soul light, because light has mass and light has different speeds in different dimensions. But within a particular range, that light is constant and that mass is constant. So that's a subject for next week. For this week, when we look at our cells and how they're done, we look at the basic phospholipids here. And phospholipids are the barrier around each cell. And they're made up of amino acids, which grow and create these little red legs. And these are essential fatty acids. And then they come together at these heads, and the heads are hydrophilic, which means they like water. So there's water on the outside, there's water on the inside. But in between, they're hydrophobic, which means that is the oil barrier. It's not normal, right? Because we have amino acids on our cups of life. So this is the transition. And where did these amino acids come from? So, we didn't put the oil in the water when we made our cups of life, did we? So there is a gravitational effect on the outside of the cells. There's a gravitational effect on the inside of the cells. So this transition area in between is magnetical. And somehow there's a divergence of energy and a convergence of energy. And then in between, there has to be some kind of convergence, because if these phospholipids are coming together, the two magneticals would have to repel. But they don't repel. Excuse me, they do repel, but to a certain extent, because they also attract. That's the plasma. So the cells themselves work the same way. So there's a fundamental, what we call the transmutation of energy. So the energy comes from the inside and goes out, and the energy comes from the outside and goes in, and there's a two-way street, and this is a transmutation. So at some point in time, there has to be a conversion. And what is that point? And so this is the balance point, and it is always seeking between the pushing and the pulling, and it is ongoing constantly. And in our society and in our understanding of health, we have found that one of the problems with the pushing and the pulling is the upset of the communication within the cells and between the cells. this lack of communication extends in our society as well. It extends in our business practices. It extends in our marriages. It extends on the soccer field, because our communication is limited to our team, not the other team, right? It's a competition. Well, the universe isn't a competition. The universe is all things working in combination. And so here is a picture of various plasma energies working together, obviously, all in different field strengths, different colors, different flavors, well organized. They know which way they're going. There's a gravitational point, there's a magnetical point, and there's an in-between point. And it's not a problem. And our vertical friends really totally understand this, because they convert energy from the sun in the daytime, which fortunately for us, the sun is very reliable, comes up in the morning and sets in the evening, and then high noon is when we have our greatest conversion. And so in our society, you know what? We're at high noon, and there's a nighttime that is coming. And fortunately for the vertical people, their roots grow at night. Simply why? Because now they're drawing their energy from the earth. So there's an interaction between the roots and the earth at night. There's an interaction between the flowers and the sun during the daytime. The plants seem to be very well organized. And not only that, I'm not seeing a conflict here of these plants. These plants are all kind of well organized, and all the flowers have their own space, and they're doing quite well. And they don't really need us, you see, because when we have two forces coming together, we create a friction, and that friction creates this divergence. And this is the creation of the magnetical field forces. And so it's the same thing, what we call the small m matter friction, which is the physical friction. But in the plasma friction, we have things coming together. So when we have two field forces, they come together. So the bringing of these two plasma forces is the point of conversion. The bringing of these two plasma forces is the point of conversion between convergence and divergence. And so the difference becomes, at some point we are emitting energy, and at some point we are absorbing energy. And this is all happening at light speed. And fortunately, it's happening automatically. So this is the thing that we find out with light. Light does not have a direction on this planet. It goes everywhere. And so we can't just say that the light is magnetical, that there is light that is magnetical and gravitational, because we see how these light beams are diverging. So from the source, they are at a point, and at the destination, they have diverged. And we find that at the source, the energy is most intense. And so from our point of view, we are gravitational. From the Earth's point of view, the Earth is gravitational. And so as we ponder this, it's quite instructive to sleep on it, because we learn a whole lot more, because we're not limited by our physicality. We have an ability to, shall we say, transcend, and our soul can transcend into a higher dimension by dropping the lower dimension. But it doesn't drop the dimension, it simply assigns the dimension to the soul of the body. And so the soul of the man is free to travel in an elevated state. This is transcendence. We find it in an elevated state because it's a higher energy state. We can do things much more efficiently, much more effectively, be more, do more effectively. And as such, from a plasmatic point of view, we now have a capability to do a lot of things that we can't do in terms of physicality, because it's the plasma effect which creates the physical effect. So as we went from the atoms to the nano to the GANs, and as we were going between, we found that we were converting energies. And so that is the in-between that we're looking at. That is the conversion. How do we do that? And this is part of all the skills that we have to learn. How do we convert from this giving and taking? So we talked about our little favorite game of tic-tac-toe. And it's only two-dimensional, and we're trying to figure out, well, whose turn it is. In order to understand whose turn it is, we have to understand what conversion is all about. So when we look at a basic MAGRAV condition, and we can see whether it's, well, in this case, it's physicality, because we're looking at the nanocoding, and we see a MAGRAV in its singularity. And by changing the polarity, we can affect and create a duality. And by extending that, we can create a trinity. And then by extending that, then we can create a bigger project, a larger scheme, a higher dimension. And so we see the energy coming in, the energy going out. At some point it is converted, but in all, it is retained. So energy comes, energy goes around. That is in a balanced position. That is a MAGRAV. This is how life in the universe works, not just on our planet, but we say in the universe. The rules are the same. It all has to do with our understanding how the energy comes, how the energy goes, and how it's used in the meantime. So if we don't understand this, then we will all be leakers. And we are leakers, and we enjoy it. It's one of the things that are quirks of this planet. But we have to be more disciplined and understand that when we look at the conversion, such as it's in the body enhancement unit, what is it doing? It is taking the deterioration of the physical manifestation and reconnecting it to the soul manifestation. The universal body enhancement units are conversion units. And we can do that with material enhancement as well. So in summary, plasma science has to do with attraction and repulsion. These are the magnetical forces. And always they are in present, both attraction and repulsion. It's just which one is first. Is it attraction first or repulsion first? Because whether it's magnetical or whether it's gravitational is the residue beyond the MAGRAV point. So you can have a MAGRAV that's in total balance, but that is extremely unnatural. The natural point is that you can have a MAGRAV plus a magnetical energy, or a MAGRAV plus a gravitational energy, and they work in combination. And, you know, just to simplify things, they can be both. So there's a gravitational convergence of energy, there's a magnetical divergence of energy, and at some point in time, there's a conversion. And we have been very fortunate to learn about the cups of life, because the cups of life are demonstrating in our kitchens, in our garages, in our basements, in our fields, wherever. They are demonstrating the conversion of energy that is abundant in the universe. And it all boils down to this, because after 19 months, we're still talking about the pandemic, but these are not the cups of the pandemic. These are the cups of life. So we understand that in cup number 1, all we did was we took a zinc plate and a copper coil and a nano-coated copper coil, and we created a magnetical field. And then we drew in a gravitational field. And so what's going on in there is an interaction of plasma energy. So there's a giving and a taking, and something is being converted. And in that process, we created the GANs. But is that the only thing that is happening? Because the GANs didn't come from within the cup. The GANs manifest itself into the cup. And this GANs that we had was a zinc and copper GANs. And then we had a CO2 GANs. And so from that was the beginning of our star formation, which was completed with the amino acid. So when we create amino acid, we create water. This is the way the universe works. It works both ways. The way we operate in our factories today, we create a product and the byproduct is garbage. The universe doesn't have any garbage. And the reason for that is because there's no way to throw it. When you throw things away, where is that? Can you ship it somewhere? I don't know. So the universe has no garbage. What the universe does is it converts. And one of the things that we convert very well is the calcium, because we have bones and we have calcium in our cells. And so we have transition between our plasma fields and our physical structural fields. And we have skin and we're able to do things. And so all of these capabilities are happening within this environment, on this planet, on a plasmatic level, and the rules are the same. The rules are always the same. So when you have the second cup, the only thing we changed was the copper plate. We still have the copper coil and the nano-coated copper coil. We still have the magnetical field. We still have the gravitational field. But when we look at the two cups, now there's a relationship. One is emotional, one is physical. And there's an interaction there, both working the same way. But if we're dealing with the virus, keep these cups apart. Okay, because the virus knows what it's doing. It has an emotional component and a physical component. And so as these field strengths develop, what did we find out? Plasma cannot see the glass in the cup. So the fields go beyond the boundary of the cup. And where do they go? Well, when plasma fields interact, let's say, like with the virus, then something happens. So we can either deplete the energy or we can convert the energy, and interesting enough, convert that to food. So everything is a relationship, a magnetical gravitational balance that creates a maggrav. We see a lack of explanations in the scientific community and the spiritual community, but if we add the two together, the picture starts to make sense. And we know that there is knowledge that we don't know because we see the manifestation of our cells, and our cells are the manifestation of plasma matter. And all this has to do is conversion. Conversion between our soul and the light of the universe. I didn't say which light, and I didn't say where. But when we put the two cups together, we create the cups of man, because we are very emotional, very physical. So when we play our soccer games, both characteristics are involved, aren't they? And so we create a gravitational and a magnetical field balance, and our souls are involved. But when we introduce the cup of soul, now we've elevated the whole field strength, because each cup has a magnetical gravitational relationship, and each cup has a soul. And the combination of each cup creates a magnetical gravitational field, and the combinations of that creates a soul, and that's a star formation. And so we have elevated to a higher field strength. When someone asks you, what is plasma? Tell them it's a kind of energy state. And it's important because it helps us understand the ethos of the universe, you see, because life wants to live. That is the ethos of creation. And so when we're looking at the universal body enhancement spaceship units, this is the new plasma bound science. It involves plasma conversion, and that plasma conversion will restore our emotional and physical vitality on this planet. And it operates by the rules of the universe. Plasma interacts and all things are working in combination, whether you want to recognize it or not. You know, in order to have a soccer game, you need two teams, even though the other team is not your team. So if you want satisfaction on winning the soccer game, the other team better show up. But during the game, there's a lot of pushing and pulling going on, and that creates the game. The game is the Magritte condition, and whoever wins gets the residue, and they get their little trophy and bragging rights. Whatever that's good for. So this gives you something to think about. The energy from the universe is abundant. All you have to do is open up to receive that. You have to open to receive that and then yield to the influence. So in order to yield, you have to allow that to happen, don't you? So you provide the pattern. That's how you get the energy. Yeah, it's you. And so we just throw another thing on the pile of breaking barriers. And one of that is, of course, the Big Bang Theory, because obviously when we do conversions, I don't think in our cups of life if we ever heard a bang. So when we look at the manifestation of reality, it involves a perception of reality. And so when these fields come together, you understand that they form another. Anytime you form a field, that is called manifestation. It's the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. So in order to have a plasma feeding, that means it can be non-tangible. So that means the manifestation could be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, plasmatic or physical. So we can say there's dark matter, there's light matter. This is the plasmatic reality, and it manifests into physical reality, but not necessarily. Whatever the manifestation, that is the form artifact. So whoever is happy today, that'll be the form artifact of the energy in motion, and that constitutes the energy of presence. The presence is today, and today we are the messengers of peace and friendship. So we hope there's not going to be a lot of rioting that goes on. The whole point is for a celebration, because that's what the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is doing. Through the plasma science, we put this information in the public domain. And the reason for that is because world peace is mandatory on this planet. World peace is prevalent in the universe. So what's our problem? Our problem is we don't have the physical and emotional harmony and vitality that we're seeking. So winning a soccer game is not going to do it. It's not enough. As knowledge seekers, we become truth seekers. And sometimes the truth is not pleasant. And so will truth seekers then become the difference makers? Maybe, not necessarily. So we need to determine, because you understand the dynamic plasma state within us is the universal language throughout. It extends beyond music, beyond sport, beyond physical and emotional satisfaction. It's the plasma satisfaction, and that's why the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. Thank you, everybody, so much for listening. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Alex. I'd like to give your voice a rest for a moment before we ask you questions on this university level teaching you're delivering. I see there's
intermediate teaching.
Yeah. It seems like PhD level to me. But before we go to questions for Alex, I was wondering, I see some new names in the participants list. I wondered if they'd like to introduce themselves, tell us where they're from, and how did you find this meeting? Feel free, we're here and we're sharing and we're all part of the same family. So if I started at the end of the list, I see Stella. Now, she might be a knowledge seeker from years past, but I just haven't seen her in any of the meetings I've been in. And of course, she doesn't look like she has a microphone. I could try to give you one, but let me just see if it allows me. No, it does not. to do that. Maybe you can type something in the chat. If I was to move up the list, I see we have two Eliases here. I know one, but I'm not familiar with the other. Would you like to introduce yourself? And that would be Elias OCP as a guest. Maybe you could tell us where you're from and how you found us. Okay, that's fine. And if I went up to in the Ds, I see Dana. Dana, are you new with us, or have you been around the foundation for a long time? Or perhaps a lot of people, and there's hundreds of millions of knowledge seekers around the planet. So I wouldn't at all know them all. But would you like to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from and how you found us? Or if there's anyone I missed who'd like to introduce themselves as perhaps a new student, or maybe an older student who's decided to reconnect with the foundation. And it's just like the magnets, they do separate and then they do find a position where they come together.
Stella, I know from the Brazilian group, where have the interview with I don't know, sister or daughter. Perhaps Rafael know better, but I remember when I say the testimonial. The Dana Popi is from Romania.
I see. Okay, thank you. And Elias just opened his mic. I think he was about to say something. He says obrigado. And I believe that is thank you in Portuguese, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so he's probably with the Portuguese language community then. Okay, I was just asking if anyone would like to introduce themselves. My question, Alex, for you, and if anyone has a question, please feel free to go before me. Okay, you talk about a did somebody open their mic? No.
Yeah, that was me. Oh,
okay. You talk about magrev positioning where you have this balance. Is it a complete balance? I know Mr. Kesh talks about the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Now we look at the sun, we think it's always in that same position, but we've been taught that it moves millions of miles left or right or up or down to maintain, say, balance in the solar system or the universe that it's in. Are there any complete balance points? Because if you're saying energy is always in motion and there's always giving and taking, is there a complete balance position? Or would it only last for a short time? Or if you had shielding around you, maybe there would be balance, more balance? Or is this a constant giving and taking if everything's in motion?
so this is a very good question because it's the basis of the participant-observer relationship in quantum theory, where the observer wants to extricate himself from the project. In order to do that, it would be like extricating yourself from the universe. And in all honesty, you know, I mean, do you really believe that you can do that? You know, it's a preposterous proposition. The universe is always in motion. So we do have a relationship that is constant. So for instance, the sun comes up in the morning and sets in the west. Whether we get up or don't, or whether we do something or not. And so that's taking care of business. But collectively, we're all moving through the universe. So our today is not the same as yesterday, and tomorrow will be different again. The, shall we say, the flavor of the rays that are passing through are different. So hopefully, let's say, for instance, you come to this class, and so I give a little class here, and hopefully you take something away which is going to change your perspective on your life. And my intention is that that would be a benefit. So if it is a benefit, it is not because of me, but it's because of you. It's a matter of you taking that energy and converting it into something that is beneficial to you. And there is no prerequisite for you to give that energy back to me. You automatically give that back to me because of our, shall we say, teacher-student relationship at this point in time. But the other aspect is that if you take that benefit, will that benefit only be restricted to this particular moment in time? And no, it won't. And can it be repeated? Well, yes, it can. So it can be beneficial today. It can be beneficial a year from today. So in the physicality, we don't take into account all the consequences because we have a delay. When we deal in higher levels, higher energy states, we don't have the benefit of this delay. And because of this delay on this planet, we take advantage. And it leads to misconduct. And there are repercussions. And sometimes those repercussions aren't totally obvious. But as long as we are, shall we say, being deceitful, and as long as we believe that there are no consequences to us for being deceitful to someone else, we will continue to pursue that. But as soon as we understand in the plasma science that there are always consequences, then our conduct has to step up again as well. And that is what's holding us back. So what we're finding, or what is becoming obvious, I think, I hope anyway, is that with the suppression, let's say, of knowledge through whatever means, is retarding our progress. And who is it that is interested in the retarding of our progress? Because there is no R without us being all part of this together. Like there is no exclusion. You can't be just an observer of the whole participation game. Whatever you do affects the experiment, positive or negative, if you will, in terms of benefit, in terms of creation or destruction. That's why destruction is also creation. It's just your point of view. But when you look at nature and how it works, and how beautiful it is, how skillful it is, how organized it is mind-boggling that we continue to pursue this dysfunctional exchange of energy. So
it seems like
you cannot take a holiday on that.
It seems like every time we get a new knowledge that's not in balance with our knowledge, it throws us out of balance in a way, even though the soul may understand, the physicality doesn't. If I was a minister or a preacher, and I think many of them truly believe the soul needs to be saved. But as it's been explained to us that no soul needs to be saved. You're already from the Creator, you're already eternal. So if I was a preacher and I was thinking, it would create a definite imbalance within me. So every time we get new knowledges, doesn't that create an imbalance in a way until we internalize it, so to speak?
Well, because we dumbed down the population, we feel that we can say give false information and there's no consequences. So, you know, I personally feel a lot of pressure because not that I'm afraid to make a mistake. It's just that I don't want to make a mistake. But, you know, what you have is based on what you have. And then when you have something new, then the question becomes, what do you do with the old? So do you hang on to it for the sake of what? Memorabilia or baggage? Do you need to carry your baggage? You know, you had a terrible childhood. Does that mean you have to have a terrible adulthood? There's no direct relationship there. The only relationship is you. So whatever was gained and your perception of that being, let's say, a bad childhood, is teaching you how not to be a bad parent. Because if you're a bad parent, you would be exacting the same kind of misfortune on another child. And there are too many of us who do that. So why do we do that? We know what the consequences are. We've experienced the consequences ourselves, possibly. So why do we inflict that on someone else? And the reason for that is because we are always on the, short end of the stick. We're always taking and taking and taking, and we don't care who we take from it, and the devil may care who we take it from, and the hell with the consequences. That's not the way the universe works. Thank God, and thank the sun. So the sun is providing this bountiful life on this planet, and it's been said so many times, this planet will do quite nicely without us. But one of the distressing things, and I say distressing, is as we explore outer space, we're going to have a lot of people wanting to get out of this place. And, there's not going to be enough people to do the job.
And 80% of them may not return or won't return. I see we have a response from Patricia. She's from Honduras. It says, Patricia from Honduras, friend of Alenka, and started caching in May. That's a term I haven't heard. But anyway, how refreshing. I think Salamia wanted to ask a question. Salamia, are you with us?
Yes, I am here. Thank you, Mr. Mark. Mr. Anderson. I have a request for my Romanian community. They kindly ask me to ask you, and especially Mr. Cash, what are these kind of guns related with quantic computers maybe, and DNA computers? These guns are quantic guns, binary guns, twin guns, and molecular guns. As far I know, molecular computer works with DNA, and also we have nowadays quantic computers, very, very expensive. But I'm wondering if these kind of guns are related with computers, or what they are. Please, Mr. Cash, can you illuminate us, clarify this? We find this on book number 2 at page 51. Last Friday. Yesterday, I mean.
You're talking of quantum computing?
Yes, I wrote there is quantum guns, molecular guns, binaire GANs, and third is twin GANs. We found on 51 page on the book number 2 related to the structure of light.
Would any knowledge seeker like to respond to Solomia? And I see Danilo has his hand up, so we'll go to him next, but let's see if we can answer part or all of Solomia's question. I know Mr. Kesh has referred to the GANS computers, the GANS balls, the GANS brain, and they're so powerful that they'll be able to contain all the information just in one little portion of this new GANS computers, which I guess will be introduced in the future to us. Probably for the deeper space travel, but maybe for use here on this planet as well.
Good evening, if I can come in.
Always.
The molecular GANs is what we have already, which is CO2, for example. Very few atomic or singular gases has ever been produced by knowledge seekers. And when they do it, they most of the time don't realize it. Mainly it's done on the tritium or deuterium side. So when we speak about the molecular GANs, it's a CO2, Zn, which means more than one atomic plasma behavior. And the same is with the others, is where we take single fields of a plasma, which comes from a plasma. If you look at the North Pole, you have millions of fields coming out of the North Pole. We take one of them, and that becomes what we call the field that we use as part of, and then we use combination of these. This, what we call GANS plasma as a molecular, is already in use in the new reactors enhancements, the new version of new enhancement, which is getting set up. So these are derivation from the fields of the plasma itself and how plasmas interact. Two plasmas, when you put, we don't see like atomic structure, atom of hydrogen or oxygen, that molecularly they make H2O. In plasma physics, one sits within the other and radiates at the same time, but in two levels, but collectively as one, which means the plasma of the hydrogen sits within the plasma of the oxygen and radiates according to its strength to a certain point. It's a plasma within the plasma, which creates its own gravitational magnetic field, its own pull, and the behavior we see with the use of the gases. When you use CH3, you have three different strengths of hydrogen within the structure of the CH3 in the magnetic field plasma condition strength. And in the future, we use this quite a lot. We use this massively quite a lot. And the new enhancement units use this technology, which is field strength comparison, but in the strength of the, what we call the molecular plasma. And then we go into a different strength of a different combination of the use of the plasma. The new enhancement units are entirely, totally different than what has been seen up to now. Because we don't release the technology anymore the way it used to be, as I said many times, or because of their abuse. But the new enhancement units released by Keshe Foundation, especially in the units which are coming up and setting up, there is no way anyone can replicate the system. Impossibilities. absolutely impossible for the performance we've seen. We are already over few weeks handling the new enhancement unit, which the body enhancement unit, which was in the original exhibition center in Design Center in Leeds. So much has been discovered even by being there on its own, and new knowledge, new technology has been developed because and through them. But we don't release these technologies because the plasma technology as a molecular enhancement unit is a science which we are not releasing. We don't see any need for it to do because these are what we call details which many knowledge seekers will not be able to understand. We're now developing their transmutation and transportation systems that are on the, literally in the lab getting built up, and uses these technologies. If you go back, if I can change the subject slightly, but in a way, expanding on the same thing. If you go back on the teaching of the Thursday, and when we refer to why we are interfering and why we are getting involved radically in what we call Vienna talks with the 5+1, is there's a lot of things that scientists in nuclear and plasma technology have not understood, especially in nuclear proliferation. And we want to open that door for the scientists to understand, to open up the new avenues and the fields of knowledge which gives man energy resources that we never knew existed. We never had a comprehension of. We never knew about the gases. Now in past 5 years, 10 years, we open up. And with the new space technology, we open another dimension, but first we need the approval of governments, because there is a very misconception by the world population about nuclear industry. By many of you, many of the common people, nuclear industry has stopped and nothing is happening, but you're so far wrong. At this moment today, to build a nuclear reactor, we have now in Hinkley 3 known in England and 2 more online in the UK. It costs around about $13 billion. And the governments have hidden these behind the curtain, not much talked about. But today, operationally, we have about 420 nuclear reactors around the world. And everybody thinks that the nuclear industry has stopped. No way. Today, as we speak, there are 15 nuclear power stations under construction, which governments are not releasing data. We have 2 massive nuclear, what we call a proliferation built by Chinese, unknown to the West. We don't know what the capability is, why China is building these 2 huge reprocessing plants of proliferation. And this is part of what we call adding to the plasma of the technology in the nuclear. If you listen to all my talks, I continuously refer to nuclear plasma technology. The nuclear plasma technology, which when we open up, will change the history of energy consumption on this planet, and does not need $30 billion investment. And one of the reasons we see today, we have 50 nuclear power stations, mainly on PWRs and advanced gas-cooled reactors of the French system, are under construction. And if you multiply it by 30 billion by 50, it's 1.5 trillion spent by governments today on nuclear industry. No such investment has gone to power stations, coal power stations, or any other. The government's investments in nuclear industry, we have 50 more under consideration and financing to be built by 2040. And we have 300 sites under consideration for new nuclear reactors to be built. In total, at the moment, we have about 420, 430 operating nuclear reactors around the world. By mid this century, we'll have over 700. But the governments learned from Fukushima. Government learned how oppositions were drumming up. Now they're doing it quietly. Nuclear industry is on ever-growing rates that never knew. Russians and the Chinese and the Americans are extending the life of the reactors, which are supposed to be shut down in this decade by 20 years. And what are we going to do with all these wastes? They're not telling us. They're not. The only country who's put a halt on nuclear industry is Germany. Japan is building more. In America, you have a number of nuclear reactors under construction. And the consideration is that nuclear industry will be 10% of the power generation around the world by 2040. And why are we going this way? And this is part of our discussion in Vienna talks. Our next generation have to shut down 700 reactors. Into mid next century and the century beyond that, our children and grandchildren will suffer from what is happening now. And this is part of the proposal we are putting on the table. Total halt, education of the whole nations, and in a way, curbing the nuclear technology into a nuclear plasma technology with no waste, with no harms, with no colossal costs. Something which we kept away from public, and now as part of our pressure on the Vienna talks, will we make it more commonly known, is that the pressure on Iran to be stopped, to become a nuclear, is because Iran become a supplier into this chain. And they don't want Iran to be. The 5+1 sanctions is entirely 90% is to stop Iran becoming part of the exclusive club of making money out of nuclear. And so we say, you keep it. We introduce a new technology as a nuclear plasma technology, which is space technology, and we share it with everyone. In the past, all the riots we saw, all the problems we saw, people on the streets opposing nuclear, is literally bypassed by closing down on radio, television stations, speaking about it, not showing anything, and building 50 nuclear reactors today in 19 countries. It's not anymore China, Russia. There are 19 countries today, between them building 50 nuclear reactors.
Mr. Cash, that goes against the wishes of the people.
Pardon?
I think that goes against the wishes of the people.
People don't know. We have Hinkley 3, which is called, when I was a student, and then I worked with British Nuclear Fuel, I worked on Hinkley 1 40 years ago. At that time, we had problem with Hinkley 1 panelings, which could not be so for nearly 20 years with Hinkley.
And we have a lot of nuclear power stations which are operating, which were faultily built.
What do you mean?
In Europe, you mentioned it from a couple of years ago.
We are not getting what we want from nuclear industry. It's a cartel. Nuclear industry has become a cartel. And Americans see Iran breaking into their piece of cake. But they don't tell the world. We open this in public gradually. Why? There's such a huge pressure inside. Because Iran become a cleaner. They don't want Iran to become a cleaning of the wastes. And then they go into plutonium proliferation, which means surplus energy you add to energy to material instead of reducing. And this is part of the thing that our advice has been to walk away from all this altogether, introduce a new technology and go back in past 5 years, 10 years. I keep on repeating nuclear plasma technology, not the nuclear industry. With 30 billion, just check your internet. Hinkley 3 is costing British public $30 billion or 23 million pounds. For closing book is 30 billion. And this kind of financing comes from where? We don't need it. And one of the biggest opposition to Keshe Foundation by the Western and other countries is that these kind of monies cannot be spent. We walk away from it, and we don't want it because it creates temporary jobs today. So next generation will try to find a solution for the new nuclear problem. And where are we going to find the finances for 300 nuclear reactors, which are on the design table? 50 is getting completed, 100 will be done by 2050, finance and started. And then another 200 to come operational in the next 50 years. But nobody knows anymore. As far as public knows, nuclear industry is on the back leg, nothing is happening. Nuclear industry has never been more active and financed than today.
And as you have pointed out, Mr. Cash, the people are not getting the training to operate these facilities in the right way.
We don't have. We do not train nuclear physicists anymore to be able to understand.
There should be special courses for.
They used to, French still do to extent. Chinese extensively train nuclear physicists for themselves. But as a whole, nuclear engineers courses around the world are not the way they used to be, because they can't keep it. You got to understand what we call victimization is part of it. And nuclear industry is very, very, very much now in the hand of Westinghouse and a French company developing gas-cooled reactors. Hinkley 3 is a French system because our advanced gas-cooled reactors, what we call the carbon fiber, I used to call them, never worked for the British. We moved into the what we call honeycomb French system. But one of the reasons we are pushing for the new space technology is we don't need this. Public is not aware. More money has spent on the 50 nuclear reactors which are under construction than is spent on the 450 which have been built. The figures are colossal.
No wonder they want the people shut down and in their homes.
There is more money spent on the nuclear industry today on building than has ever been done before. And this has to be, it has to come to a position that do we carry on with the matter state of nuclear or do we move into the plasma state of nuclear?
Well, they can only hide it for so long.
It's not
Why?
hidden. It's not hidden. It's in public. It's reported by IEA on an annual basis, but they don't let it come into the news.
IEA is not, you know, the general public. Once the general public finds out, then it's going to be.
But general public does not, how can I put it? They have made it in a way that general public has no interest into it. We are not talking, before was French and the British and the Americans were building or having nuclear. Now, 19 nations are involved. Literally today, are building in on their lands. Singapore is getting heavily involved. Nations which never had nuclear power before. And then this is part of the future control. Up to now, you control the oil. You don't say you don't do what we say. We do not give you, or we don't let you to refine your bars or nuclear material. Iran is a big option for cleaning up, and they don't want a competition. This is a gangbang job, which public are not aware of. Part of the pressure on Iran proliferation and everything else is to stop Iran becoming another guy who takes a piece of cake. It's exclusivity on the cover of sanctions. And we walk away from it.
Deception all around.
Yes, they're eliminating another player or trying to. And I was so amazed to hear you say that for man, this nuclear technology is rather new. But you said for us, this nuclear plasma technology is a billion-year-old knowledge and technology.
There is so much knowledge to be released, but at the same time, the human brain has not the capacity to decipher all of it at the moment. You got to go back to understand that the British know what is to come with the Keshe Foundation technology. They knew from 1980s, long before we established the Keshe Foundation. In 2004, British government exactly knew what is to come with the new plasma technology. It's a combination of governments trying to block a technology that does not allow it to come up, that they can do what they like. It's what you call, it's the process of new, simpler technologies with less danger, with no nuclear radiation, has to be an option. And this goes back again, the question asked about molecular plasma, molecular gas. If you allow one gas within the plasma to be extended to reach the other one in the strength to open up, the energy you release is unbelievable. but this is the knowledge which we have to gradually release.
If the talks in Vienna don't go according to how you wish, what options are on the table?
We will take in different course and direction of work, totally. The Vienna talks are, as far as we are concerned, the sanctions will be removed very quickly in different shape or form. We expect the opening of the Iranian embassy in Washington within the next 3 to 6 months. If everything goes according to what we planned.
Am I correct in something that I read in the last day or two that more sanctions have been put on Iran?
They are trying to, but on the other hand, we expect sanctions against Kashmir nation very soon. We are prepared for it. We are sitting back watching it. But we will release technologies which paralyzes the Western communication within seconds. We release technologies which paralyzes the whole of aircraft industry. All the airports will come to standstill. Nobody will fly. And this is not a weapon technology. This is a way till the nations agree peace. Grounding mankind is a one way to force mankind to peace talk.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I remember you referring to it as the enforcement of peace.
There are ways to enforce peace, and there are ways to do it on a scientific basis, not to harm, but at the same time push the pressure to understand, not to accept. If we go to push pressure to create sanctions, then we have a problem. But if we push for them to understand that there is a new era, new conditions, new understanding, new technologies, it's different. We have to wait another 3 weeks. On the 3rd of August, the new Iranian government comes into position, and we have to see what is the plan by the new government and what is the response by the Americans. You got to realize United Arab Emirates, Saudis are getting access to nuclear industry, building nuclear power plants. Why oil-rich nations are investing in this way? They can buy a turbine, gas reactors, or heavy fuel gas, or what they call burners, and use their waste. China is pushing heavily towards nuclear industry, amazingly heavy.
First time I've heard this, even though you scan all the different news medias, nothing there about any of this.
No, because 2 Chinese advanced, what we call breeders, are expected to be completed in 2023. And Chinese are investing heavily. Britain has 1 construction to be completed by 2023, 26 loaded, tested. 2 more are online. on design table completed, finance is getting organized for it. French are building new. Americans have about, I think, 3 or 5 under construction. United States, you're building nuclear reactors today.
And we do want to go to Danilo, but why would they be going for depopulation and creating so much energy at the same time?
Depends what you call depopulation.
Okay, just the Western, Germany, United States, so on.
We got to watch what is happening, but the energy has to go through a new technology and new dimension, and not through the nuclear industry the way it is today. Maybe we are getting pushed to abandon this planet, that if the nuclear reactors start going off, there is no more to live. Maybe we have to abandon this planet because of failures in the nuclear industry. Ukraine, we had Chernobyl. Part of Europe is still uncultivated, cannot be cultivated on. We have Fukushima, which are pushing people back on the ground. Doesn't matter what happened to them because the country doesn't have enough landmass to support. What's the next? What is going to be next?
Salomia puts in the chat, the 3rd of August is the day of Saint Salomia, the day of peace.
Maybe Ice Age.
Just remember, Danilo's had his hand up for quite a while now. He's probably getting tired of holding his hand up, but you can follow him.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My question is about the soul. Why do we forget the knowledge of the soul? Is it like an agreement between us, or we have like a dysfunction, disconnection between the physicality and the soul? Thank you.
I understand it. We've chosen the physicality rather than the soul level. And therefore we're sort of entrapped in it in a way, but now the veils are going to be lifted so that we'll be able to operate in both. But I guess we went for the physicality. At some point in time, we made a turn away from it.
Mark, maybe if I can just add to
Oh,
that,
please,
please.
Alex, anyone, and thank you.
Well, it's just that Joe Muckenfudge is feeling very, incapable. And what the Cups of Life do are drawing the capability down to the grassroots level. So, there's a phrase for this. It's called a cottage industry, and it's kind of like an underground economy. Sometimes is referred to that, but the thing is that each of us can make the cup of life, and I keep emphasizing that every week. We all need to make the cup of life because the plasma physics is there, and 2 things happen. 1, we get a better understanding. 2, we get a better environment, and then these plasma cups will connect. So the understanding doesn't necessarily have to come from the ears. It can come from the soul. Well, it needs to come from the soul because that's where it's most effective. So as you have the cups of life working and growing in your home, your understanding will grow at the same time. And so, you know, that's part of the conversion process.
Fits right in, Alex.
I love it when a plan converts together.
It's nice to see so many souls have converged here today, and many more that we don't see. To hear you, Mr. Kesh, and the other knowledge seekers.
Well, there's an interesting phenomena happening, and that is as the misinformation keeps getting spewed in the mainstream media, the unbelievability of it grows. And one of the problems with lies is lies tend to be true if you keep repeating them. So the lie ends up being the truth for the sake of your soul. And so when they keep spewing the lie that the alternative science is a lie, then that eventually becomes the truth. So as each of us have the cup of life, we become part of that truth. And so through their own suppression of that, and here's my point. Go to the library and you look at the either, let's call it the paranormal section or the New Age section. And I pretty well read all the books that were, in my opinion, worth reading in there. And half of those books were written by the skeptics. Who does that? Who has time to write about nothing? Something is always something. So who has time to write about nothing and say, oh, you know what? That's nothing. That's garbage. And then they write a book about it. Who writes a book about garbage? So, that means if half the books are suppressing the knowledge and half the books are kind of nibbling at the knowledge, and then the library actually dedicates a section of the books to that discussion, just the fact that that section exists, and even if 100% of the books were in there downplaying the, shall we say, the conspiracy theories, just the very existence of that section in the library is the admission of the truth. This is how ludicrous the whole situation is. And it's depressing. And this is affecting us, socially. So in the face of that kind of ignorance, we have a new fountain of hope. And that is like almost $10. Everyone can afford it.
So you see the coordination then. We won't call it anything else. Selena wanted to add to the knowledge, I think. Alex, if you're not finished, go right ahead.
Please carry on.
Selena, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm with you.
You
Yeah.
wanted to add something, I think.
No, I didn't. I just told, is there anything about the earth change or something? I said, a lot of things we say conspiracy theory and we don't see better way. But now we are saying everything is fact. So can we discuss about those things? for the humanity.
Did you mention the archons?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I thought you said archons. Okay.
No, no, I don't want to tell about that. No, just general about the earth changing and what can we do and what is happening in real life. We have to know everything.
Is there a question in there? I missed it if there was.
Yes or no, both way. It could go.
Okay, I see Lissy says, I have a different question. Sure, you can change the subject. Does Lissy have a different question? John, are you still with us for translation?
Yes, I'm back. I was away for a while.
Could you ask Lissy if she had another question? She says in the chat, I have a different question. Thanks.
Let's see, in the chat, I didn't miss that one. Lizzie, where is she? Disappeared.
Hello. Hola. Hello, everybody.
Sí. ¿Qué tal, Lizzie?
John, prefiero que me ayudes un poco y no usar mi inglés, que a veces me quedo corta. ¿Es okay?
¿Cómo no? Haz el intento y yo te guío, si quieres.
Okay. Last Friday, I see the information about the water service for the consuming. In this city they have ¿cómo se llama? They have they don't.
Decilo en castellano. Decilo en español.
Espérate, yo te digo.
El filtrado, decís.
Arsénico. Okay. I have arsenico. The consuming actually have 0.113 megagram per liter. The permit is 0.01 milligram per liter. This is
arsenic,
wow, very above. But say maybe that cancer, for gastric cancer. My daughter long time is maybe starting May and June and now, and different times vomita. She have gastritic. And many people say the same. All the time is problems with the stomach. Maybe it's this. Lo que quiero saber es cómo vamos a limpiar esto. All the time I use cup 1 and cup 2 all the time use it.
Well, cup 2 you spray on yourself. You don't drink it.
Before? No, yeah. No. Yes, of course. But ¿cómo vamos a limpiarlo?
Bueno, con el CO2 limpias totalmente el agua. Como el proceso que hago yo en el tanque.
Okay. But only for my home, but what happened to other people?
Well, I've offered this to the cooperative that does our water cleansing here in my city, and they are not interested. They want the people to get sick because we've got the problem with Roundup Ready in the water, and that's also carcinogenic. It's the same problem that Italy has with the Teflon.
Okay.
If you use the CO2 and zinc oxide, the original cups, that'll cleanse your water. It gets rid of all the foreign particles. You got to give it its time to decanter. ¿Entendiste?
Sí. I can use cup number one the same, no? Because it's
No, it's not. It's the cup number one is to take the energy away from the virus.
yes, but
There's a
have
bit of a
all
difference.
elements for life, no? Don't have all elements for life.
Yes, they're all for life, but they've got different properties.
Yes, that's true. Of course. Okay. I use it because all the time my storage is not good. I said maybe it's for that reason. But when boil water is changed or no?
Pardon, what? When you boil, cuando hervís el agua?
Sí, change it or no?
No,
El arsénico is the same.
El arsénico no, solo puedes hacerlo con carbón activado o un filtro muy bueno.
CO2.
Sí, CO2, sí, exactamente.
El de
Carbón
filters,
activado
yes.
y ósmosis inversa.
O sea,
Son
el
dos
de
filtros
filtro,
muy caros.
filter o no?
¿Cómo?
¿El filtro o no? ¿Hay que filter no?
Sí, sí son buenos.
I don't know. I don't know.
Ajá.
Okay. But then my filter I have with CO2 for use it. Okay.
Yeah, the
Okay.
CO2 is the best.
Yes. I for the filter, and I use this water for produce me COP 1. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Thank you so much. Sorry because I said what happened to all the community. So
Yes, different cities are having many a problem with all this contamination.
yeah. Thank you. And thank you, Alex, for your explanations. And thank you, Mr. Kesh, and everybody for coming. Thank you, John.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Lucy. Probably see you tomorrow.
Yes, of course.
Would you like to announce that, Alex, tomorrow?
Well, yes, at 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So that is, I guess, 9 o'clock Spanish time. The Spanish community or the Hispanic community has a class. So yeah. Last week they grilled me for 4 hours.
Yes, many hours.
Yeah, they didn't want to leave, but we have a lot of fun. It's a great group.
And just for Daniello, if I may add that even though we don't remember all these subdivisions, transmutations, and conversions we've gone through to get to this position we're in, Mr. Kesh said at some point we're going to be allowed to remember where we've come in some of these transitions and transmutations and subdivisions that we've been through. So that's coming in the near future.
I want to say something. I saw this life and a little bit other side. But after that, I concluded everything is important. This life is important, other side is important, everything important. So why don't we make something better for this world and this physicality and everything else? Only we are looking something else. Everything is important. We are part of creator and we are doing something. Everybody is doing something. So why don't we take care ourselves and this world? Can we talk about those things?
Yes, that's one of the points of what we're doing. If you've elevated the soul of one or more individuals on this planet and made their situation better, then you are worthy to join the universal community. But I think we're going to be operating at least in 2 dimensions. So we're going to be able to operate in the soul dimension as well as mastering the matter state situation here. So perhaps if you do go somewhere else in the universe along with the creator and co-creating, you'll be able to master, if you do manifest yourself in the matter state, be able to manifest, and even though the field strengths may be totally different, you'll have some idea of how to master that matter state. Anyone else want to add?
Yeah, I would like to add, Mark, if I could please. The thing is that you're trying to be logical, and that's your first mistake. We have mastered the physical state. We are absolutely excellent at it. Look at this platform that we're working on. Can you have imagined when you were a child to be able to have a Zoom conference and connect with people on 6 continents? This is an international meeting, and look at the subject matter that we're talking about. So it's phenomenal what's happening here. It's just that the conduct that we have on this planet, because of the delay and consequences, is being taken advantage of, and that lack of understanding predominates. So when you look at the universe and how it operates, that's not acceptable, and so we seem to think that we can continue in our delinquent ways and then try and participate with the universal community. So there is some kind of perceived benefit for them to carry on with that way. So as Mr. Cash said, well, why would someone want to spend $30 billion if they didn't have to? Well, let's put it this way. If I have $40 and you have $20, we both have money. But if I spend $20 and force you to spend your $20, at the end of that exercise, you're broke and I'm rich. And people like to play that game. And it's, you know, it's unbelievable, because in order to play that game, you have to enlist the services of others who buy into that game. And, you know, if you want to be logical, please explain to me how a soldier who is armed to the teeth and survives conflict in the military service and then goes home and commits suicide, where no enemy could defeat him, but he defeated himself. And why is that? And that is because when the physicality comes in contact with the soul and opens up to the soul and accepts the truth, how do you cope with the truth? And so most people don't want to cope with the truth. They want to delay having to come to grips with the truth. Part of that delay comes from the inability to deal with it. That game has changed. So it's just a matter of having the awareness and then having the skill and going through that. So every day we see the game, we see the game, we see the game. Ask yourself, you want to play the game? Here are the consequences. Enjoy the consequences, because you have free will, and we all have free will. So some will to act foolishly, and some will to act, shall we say, maturely. That's what it
Sorry.
means to be mature.
Mhm.
Thank you. Go ahead.
That's why we need to talk about that and let people know what is going on more and more.
Well, let's put it this way. It's a very good suggestion, but okay. We have around 56 people now who are participating in this session. This session has been going for over a year. this number, regardless of how many have been coming and going, has been pretty constant. We have a population base of 450 million in North America. Okay, so that pretty well speaks volumes as to the interest level of the population. If you have no interest in looking after your welfare, then what can you say? So the ones who are here for a reason. They want to learn more, be able to do more, be more. And your being here is effective in that way. So, can we extend within our own small region? I'm having difficulty. I'm sure Mark is having difficulty. Ed's having difficulty. And why is that? Well, it's changing because someone somewhere is suffering with a member of their family dropping dead. So in the last week, that happened in my near circle. 27 years old, heart attack. It made the headlines in Toronto, 38-year-old woman. And by the way, there's a new health condition. It's called no priors. Perfectly healthy. Decided to go out for a jog. Why do people go out for a jog? Because they want to be healthy. Drops dead, heart attack. What do you want to know? The truth will out. So just have to, each of us has to go through our own journey and work within our own capability. So the strongest is the higher intent. The plasma energy travels much faster than the physical. I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. I appreciate the question. Very important question. It's not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to broadcast, to let people know, but it's their responsibility for their souls to wake up to be able to receive. So it's a two-way street. So, the participants at this session here are 56 more than there were, 5 years ago. So yeah, there's a little progress, but these curves in terms of progress are exponential. So just hang on to your hats because it is going to change. It has to change. It can't continue this way because the die has already been cast. So we're not the ones calling the shots. And we'll see the results. And as we see the results, if we get a chance to interpret the results, then you'll understand why the library has that section and why people are not discussing it. Not discussing it is proof that this is a critical discussion. It's not on us because we, at this point in time, don't have control of that. However, the truth will win out. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much.
Please carry on.
And that's why it would be so nice to see the Navy to be turned into sort of these cruise liners, and especially for the troops. I know Mr. Kesh said when you release a soul before it's ready to be released, for example, in war, you've now created a non-tangible, non-dimensional enemy before you could see the enemy. So if the troops were doing this sort of peace missions, rather than lobbing, bombs or whatever around the planet and destroying things, I think they would be much happier and the people on the ship would be much happier and the entire planet would be in a much better position. When you see a large ship like that coming into your waters, let's say, realizing that there's no danger or there's no threat of destruction, it's actually bringing tourists. So the troops could still have a function and they wouldn't be susceptible to all these souls who seem to know exactly what happened to them, that they were released before they were ready to be released, and they feel fear and anger, and now they can go after that person. And then, as Mr. Kesh said, you wonder why you get shot or something happens to one of your children on just like that, out of the blue, let's say.
I think, Mark, if I may just clarify one thing, most soldiers are patriots, but a soldier of fortune and a patriot are not the same. Okay.
But releasing the soul is the same.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, with a soldier of fortune, they only care about the money. A patriot cares about his country. The fact that he gets hoodwinked into doing something that is contrary to his soul is the reason that we have this high mortality rate,
Right.
suicide-wise.
The fields
Okay.
still have to balance.
That's right. That's right. But, unfortunately, the way our society is, for many soldiers, going into the military is a ticket. It's like you're going from the slums to the penthouse.
Yeah.
So the life they had is worse than the life they're going to. They just don't know how bad it is because the advertising is sugar coated. And, so we know how, that affected the sweetness. But when the reality sets in, at that point you're committed. So the key is to understand the consequences before you commit into that. And, physically it's exceptionally difficult to do. But soul-wise, the soul can see through it because the plasma does not see the physicality. The plasma sees the real energy source. And that's how the universe works. So if we would rely on that more, we would become more skillful. But it's not just us. We're very reliable. The numbers of this class have been consistent. But where's the other 450 million? And it's not that we're looking for likes and subscriptions. That's not the purpose of this. What is the purpose of this is to bring peace and harmony and physical and emotional vitality to our society. Okay, because the earth is a beautiful place, and this is heaven, and we are the participants in creating this heaven. So that's where our responsibility begins, and we just have to take that. We have to take that seriously. So, and I think we all do here, and so we'll build on that field. Can you imagine? I'm complaining about how our lack of support. And how much support does Marie get, or Shweta get, or Keaton, or even Jalal? You're talking about pioneers. How strong do they have to be? How strong do they have to be? Right?
Yes, we are trying our best.
Yeah. Yeah, but don't say it in a resigned manner. Don't make an apology. We have nothing to apologize.
Yeah, but deep in the heart, thought is like that. We need to do more. That is the problem.
We are doing more. It's just that the hurt is there. And because of our sensitivity, we feel the hurt of the others. So, this is one of the things about, like I say, you win, you lose, and both teams are happy, right? the losers are happy because now they have an excuse to have sympathy, and the winners are happy because now they have an excuse to get drunk. And in the end, everybody gets drunk. So it's like we need an excuse to get drunk. What we really need is an excuse to bring heaven on this planet. That's what we need. So we haven't had a choice. Now we have a choice. Let's move forward. We are. And I really appreciate everybody for being here and putting the energy forward. So it's a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And that's why we have to do our part. Peace in exchange for advanced technology. So as Mr. Kesh said, we do our part, they'll do their part. So without the peace, we can't go anywhere. And the nations that will sign for peace will be going ahead. And I'm sure it'll be, this plan is not just contrived 2 weeks ago or 2 years ago or 2 centuries ago. It's been planned out for quite a long, long time. So it's not the way we work.
There is a point, Mark, if I could just add. This dilemma that we have on this planet is not the only dilemma that we had, and Mr. Kesh has referred to this several times. But, you know, this is a problem of our neighborhood. So, you know, it's just that that's one of the reasons that, you know, when we say, well, we're not alone, well, we aren't alone. And one of the main reasons we're not alone is because this is not only our problem. We are the main contributor to the problem. And so if we can step up our game, we will find that this problem will become less and less. So, you know, the shame has to be that those who have the financial capability to eradicate poverty are not doing their job. So, you know, please don't walk around like a peacock and tell me how, you know, well off you are.
Okay, anyone else want to add or let us know the score of the match that's going on? Is the match going on now, Alex, that everyone was talking about? I know you won yesterday.
You think I got nothing better to do?
Can you think you can look over at the television for a moment?
Yeah, the score is tied. Everybody at this room, everybody knows.
The score is still 1-1 till the last minute, you know.
All right, there goes half the crowd now.
It's going into overtime.
And like I said, we're going to have these, we're still going to continue with sports, I'd say, and other means of pleasure on this planet. So, but it's going to be turned into a win-win situation in some manner of speaking, where both teams, for putting on such a beautiful performance, will be elevated. And if we can just get away from this winning and losing idea that somebody has to win for, or somebody has to lose for someone else to win, is really, we want to have a win-win. And that's why I said the BRICS is trying to achieve that. And I think there'll be some other programs here so that nobody gets dejected after putting their heart and soul into a match or a game or whatever you have in these events. And they're just doing their best and they'll all be rewarded and congratulated. That's the way I see it. I don't like this win-lose. They get so dejected after the game and so on that they could have done this and the coach is screaming and, you know, but let's just put on a beautiful performance for everyone to enjoy the beauty of the man and what he's doing on the field. I don't know how you actually get away from that, but I'm sure there is a way. Or maybe keeping no score. Just play for 2 hours and let's see. Let's just enjoy it.
Mark, hi, it's Dean here. Can I ask Mr. I don't know if Mr. Kesh will want to answer this question, but I can certainly ask a question.
Be distracted, Dean.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is, because I know he loves football. Mark, it's to do with B6, B9, and Mr. Kesh in the intro that you played, in the
6
clip you
and
played.
12.
B6 and 12, yeah. 6 and 12, sorry. He said that we need a range of plutonium. Now, going back to the debate about the nuclear reactors and all these nuclear reactors being built around the globe, around the world, the true meaning of it, obviously we know that it's not all used for just energy. There are byproducts, and these are used in various different ways. Would one of the ways be for space travel? Is it a fuel that is being used in the matter state? And this is why there's a bit of a race to get all these nuclear reactors up and running. Would this be something in the background that maybe the public are not supposed to be aware of? Or
Nope.
Nope. Thank you, Mr. Kesh, for answering that.
The knowledge of nuclear in the space is very limited. And we have nuclear-based satellites already in space, initially initiated by the Russians, but these are for just running daily energies. The nuclear industry, in the way now it is said, is totally primarily what we call energy-based. But there are 2 reactors, which is a big concern at the moment internationally, is with Chinese, which are not built for power stations. They are built to produce plutonium. There's a specific way you have to design your system to produce what we call upgrading or increasing the what we call purity. And primarily in energy production, we get some plutonium. It can be cleaned out, but at the moment it's totally for what we call civilian base. Very soon, if China goes the way they are going with these 2 nuclear base, they will have equal nuclear warheads on the United States. And it's just matching time.
Mr. Kesh, you said that, you said this many times, that we have the technology to make this, supersede this technology. So why are they still plowing ahead with this old thought pattern of destruction, of gaining an advantage through decay and as I said, destruction? Why this still?
There is not why, it's just that the mentality of world leaders is to govern and to be on top at any cost.
And is that on a is that because once people, as we know, we say about the children, these people that reach these positions, is that on a individual level that they need this attention, they need this, as I say, they have so much money that the next thing is just to have control and power? Is this on a physical level with the person, or is this on a more of a group soul position amongst certain individuals?
Each person has his own reason. If you look at the life of Bill Gates, he was trying to be better than his father. If you read his life story, if you read the life story of what you call
Trump,
the Apple guy, was more or less the same. And every person has his own reason. People of incompetence find themselves in a position that they try to prove something to themselves or to whoever they thought was the reason for it. This is one of the biggest problems we have.
How does that affect humanity though, Mr. Kesh? Because as we know through this technology, nothing is particularly right and nothing is wrong. And everything is an experience. So mankind needs to go through this experience through these souls that need this condition that we all have to, in a matter state, we have to be subjected to. Is this part of
I want to ask you a question very simply. If you can answer it, then you go on to the next step.
Okay.
What has been the effect of Hitler on humanity? Or what has been the effect of going further back, Genghis Khan? Or go before them? Or what has been the effect of local rulers?
Very big changes of condition, Mr. Kesh.
They change a few people or a lot of people, and they have to stand the consequences of it. This is part of how we are perceived to understand the cycle of life. I was explaining to one of the knowledge seekers today the history of World War II and Japan. Japan had nothing to do with World War II. But how we saw the empire changing and how abusive that empire has been. If we count the horrors of the Hitler on the Western Europe, because Second World War wasn't the Second World War. The Second World War was a European war, nothing else. Hitler, who wanted to rule the whole of Europe, and then they escalated to become a world war. Even the First World War was the same. It's a European war. European made it glorified to be the world. Japanese were never involved in the Second World War. Not by a long, long shot. The war between Japan and the United States had nothing to do with the war in Europe. But they linked it, and with it they killed millions. The war between Japan and the US was primarily on defending China and then trying to get as many islands back with producing rubber. Nothing had to do with anything else, but we've been faced and fed that way.
Mr. Keshe, but the Second World War, the war still going on now. It's not in physical terms like we've seen with bombs and things, even though that does happen or has happened. But the war is still going on for humanity, and it's bigger than it's ever been, and it's killing vast amounts of people in physicality daily, not only through this situation in these moments, but also many other factors that are all coming into play that have all been mentioned tonight about the destruction of the water courses and everything else that goes on. But this is part of the structure of this planet now. And to clean up the mess is going to take some time.
Always has been. Always has been. The physical working of this planet has created many conditions for its inhabitants, not just us, but some people make or try to take advantage of it at the time and place in their own favor. We have always been conditioned with the behavior of this planet and the life of its citizens. And if you look at it, the structure of this planet is ruthless. Look at the earthquakes, look at the volcanic eruptions, look at all the other things which this planet continuously puts its citizens under. And so the man there is the same. You got to go back, and what do we say? Man became what we call the way man is when he discovered the fire. But how did he discover the fire? From strike of the lightning on the earth. And he's seeing the same. It's the evolution which we go through, and the way we produce what we call food or energy for ourselves. The structure of this planet is upside down, but man has learned from his home.
Do other planets go through this internal combustion of of learning, of experiencing
Continuously, the whole universe is on the curvature of learning. They're always on the curves of learning, different things, different ways. As I've said many times, even the creator is learning from the behavior of his own creation. It's just that we have to understand how we decide and how we allow others to decide for us.
So the consciousness of man, when will it ever come to a position where the conscious thought changes and becomes peaceful, other than signing a physical piece of paper? How do they sign? How do these souls get to the position where they sign with their soul in physicality?
Partially is commitment, if you remember it. Partially is understanding and comprehending what peace means. It's an art to keep always remembering what you sign yourself into.
What did we sign ourselves into, Mr. Kesh?
Mankind in his DNA and his RNA has committed himself to killing, destruction, and stealing. It has chosen this path and is ingrained within the structure of his life.
So the only way we're going to change it is through your teachings of elevation.
No. The only way we're going to learn is to restructure this human being.
So you said human being.
Yeah.
As one. We within inside ourselves as one need to change the being.
Yes, in a way we have to learn to bring the change about. Well, it depends what we tolerate to accept. We have ingrained that killing animals and eating them, it's the correct thing, so we do, it doesn't matter what. because now it's part of our RNA and DNA. Eating plants and calling them whatever is there. Why don't we, from the beginning, from the time in the womb of the mother, don't tap into the energy which is more outside than inside? We have pre-programmed ourselves to what they call, it's okay, you can kill. Because everybody else does it, and if you don't do it, you need it. What about if you become to the point of giving so much that you become what we call humble enough to receive?
So with this position of being able to receive, the one being needs this thought, which is all of us, which is as one. So, and you've said in the past that it takes one to define this position, and there's many knowledge seekers here that have a very beautiful knowledge and souls that are have been taught by yourself incredible knowledge. So any one of them has the position to be that being that can make the change. I take it by that space gap, then there's more to be said on that matter.
I think someone just scored a goal.
Yeah, so it's got to that position now, Mark. Is it got to penalties yet, or is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, got to that position. Yeah.
I don't know if Mr. Kesh finished or not. He did mute his microphone rather quickly there.
Yeah, there must have been a
Might
goal
have
or
gotten
something.
an interruption or a phone. Here he is.
No, I started to just tapped on something else. The reality of our time is the change in the structure of the man from inside. You can change the RNA to the energy fields of the soul of the man. That without RNA, we can change the DNA or the physicality of the man in that dimension. Ask yourself one question, and I put this one to a clergy a long time ago. And maybe this is a question we have to put to humanity. And maybe if you find an answer to it, you will find answer to biggest mystery of life in the universe. For 1 second, 1 instance, for 1 moment, if we seal your lips, that you cannot drink, you cannot eat, you cannot speak no wrong. Would you die? Or you step back within your thoughts and go within your soul and find a way to absorb energies from the universe, from your environment. That you don't need that mouth to eat another entity, to destroy another life for you to survive. Would the urge, would the need to survive will be that much that within the cycle of your life, you go back to become humble enough to receive energy from the universe that you'll never kill again. Because you find a way to tap the universal energy. If we don't panic that our lips is shut, we cannot eat anymore. Our ears is locked that we cannot drink anymore. Our lips is locked that we cannot talk anymore. And in that time of contemplation, we go to our soul. Instead of panicking, we find humbleness, we find servitude. Then would we receive energies that they feed us, that what our body needs to survive.
Like a rock?
Not necessarily. You can still walk, you can still live, you can still love. But it stops you from committing that step which separates humanity from the rest of the universe. The
Mr.
biggest
Kesh,
role
when you
in the man
sorry,
is
Mr.
love.
Kesh, well, you just said humanity, but it's not just humanity. There are our vertical friends, horizontal friends, many that still feed by mouth.
Yes, but I'm talking about if we do, if you do, we all do, because this is the way the life is on this planet. If you look at it, the vertical people don't kill. They create a condition to absorb energy from the amino acid, which is within the structure of their life. In so many ways, you can go one step further. If you manage to absorb the fields of the environment by amino acid, which you create instantaneously on your body as an energy plasma field, would you go to that extent that you won't eat anymore?
Ultimately, through the amino acid, the plants eventually eat us. Not eat us, but we're part of, because we eat them in physicality, but in the end, our physical bodies and ourselves go back to the earth. And so effectively, we are consumed by the plants, by our vertical friends. So they have that structure within themselves, which is a feedback loop of the whole of us. So we're all connected that way.
Just ask yourself, just ask one simple question. What happened if you lose your mouth? You remember that old song from Cat Stevens, huh? It says, if I lose my mouth.
It's,
you remember that song?
I do, yeah. It's
what happened if we lose our mouth? We cannot eat. Do we panic or die? Or is this a way to go within in the soul of the man and find a solution to absorb energies and that we stay alive, or at least in the dimension of comprehension and control?
So would this be the same, Mr. Kesh, as you said before, that when man goes into space without a space suit and takes that step outside and becomes in a new condition, you wouldn't need a mouth then, and would you breathe? We've not experienced that yet. Well, maybe we have, but we haven't in our knowledge that we have. But
we have it at the beginning stages of life in the womb of the mother.
Yeah, true, very true.
We have no mouth. We access it through energy within a field. We got to go back. Humanity most probably had to go back to the levels of the understanding of life. and simultaneously find out what happens if he loses his mouth and he can't talk. Then you have to communicate with someone you cannot talk, with the essence of your soul, your knowledge, your energy within you.
Then it wouldn't be like this physicality, different light body or
Why
something.
not? It can't. There is no reason not to have this. You see, the half of the life of the man, 90% of the reason man dies, or most of it, is because of his mouth. If you learn to absorb energy from the universe or environment, you don't need to eat. You don't have a digestion system. You don't have the kidneys. You don't have the liver. You don't have the intestines. You don't have pancreas and liver and the rest of it. So your biggest killing machine is the cancer of these organs, or what goes wrong with these organs. So if you manage to absorb energy through fields of the universe, you don't need the digestion system. So you automatically live longer, because cancers mainly applies to these parts of it, except your lung or your mouth or whatever.
Sorry.
And secondly, you don't consume so much energy. We use, out of the 2,000 calories a day, more or less 1,500 of it is used for digestion system and the life inside it.
I told you before, I had a vision. I can go somewhere sometimes, very little, but I learned from there. I can see 360-degree everywhere that time, and I feel there is no hunger and everything. But when I come back in this body, how can we maintain that? Hello?
Listening.
I'm not hearing anything.
We are listening to what you're saying. You see, the biggest problem for man has been to consume, to move, to consume, to position itself, to consume, to live, and to consume, to what we call be able to survive. We need to learn not to consume, but to connect. And there's a big difference between consuming and connecting. You still can have the energy from the lamp. If you connect to the lamp and you need it, and it can give it to you. You don't need to eat the lamp. You don't need to consume it. You got to remember this, always I say about the orange in a cup. Sometimes you have to become a cup, and sometimes you are the orange. You could be a cup to when you need, and you become an orange when somebody else needs you. But you don't need to take your life. And you don't need to take your life. The teachings are gradually going in that direction. How we feed ourselves. How we come to the point that we don't need to consume, but we connect.
is this a gradual process, Mr. Kesh? Will this be a filtering process for humanity, or will this be for some that have gained the knowledge and gradually do this
You can do it in 1 second.
But most of humanity would not like it.
How do you know?
In this moment, because they don't understand.
How do you know the child who's dying of hunger on the streets of Delhi will not prefer that?
I cannot speak for them. I can only imagine.
We cannot. Man's greed is so much. Man's greed is so much. What do you want? What do you expect from what you have and what you get? What are we fighting for?
It's a really wonderful thought of could change the whole condition on the planet just by exactly what you've just spoken about. With a few of the children could be have this condition. I know this will not, it would not be like this, but it's a thought that would be would change the condition for many souls. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Majority will be love it because nobody wants to kill in their heart. I know. I feel that.
Just imagine you lose your mouth and you cannot eat, you cannot drink, and you're in the desert. You panic or you become humble. Not giving up to live, but humbleness in a way that allowing that energies that you have feeds every grain of sand in the desert, and you become humble at that. It's the same if you leave the man, give him the mouth, give him the whole digestion system, but let him loose in the space. There are no cows to kill and there is no air to breathe. And there is no one to talk to because the voice of the man cannot be heard in the deep space or in a small or vacuum space. You die. Or you find a solution to become humble enough to receive from the energy of the universe and survive the span of the universe for thousands and millions of years. But you're floating. Maybe you enter somewhere, maybe you land on a meteorite, call it home, the new home, like in boats on the oceans. What are the outcomes? What are the consequences?
That's opening up many thoughts and many unlimited possibilities, Mr. Kesh, as we know there are.
Yeah, but ask yourself one thing. If you throw a man into space and he get adapted very fast to be able to live by the energy of universe, And then we save him after, let's say, 100 years or 20 years or 2 weeks. He was living without needing to, and now he's got to convert back into, do you think he will do? And what will be the consequences of it for him? Just 1 second and try to practice not to breathe, not to drink and not to eat, and try to tap into universal energy.
Become the space gap, Mr. Kesh, that energy flow, that yeah, that space gap.
Man has to decide.
Become nano coating. Yes.
Perhaps this is just the right spot to end the meeting. Not that I want to deny anyone from asking any questions, but if you'd like to, go right ahead. Dean, are you finished or?
Yeah, no, thank you very much for listening. Thank you, Mark. Yes, I think you're very precise there. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Alex?
I want to thank you very much, Mark, for hosting the meeting. Mr. Kesh, thank you very much for being here. As always, we see how much work we have to do, and we look forward to that challenge. And I want to thank all the knowledge seekers for coming and allowing us to make a presentation to the Kesh Foundation North American International Plasma Education Team. Thank you all. I look forward to another very exciting week. Over to you, Mark.
We just started. You want to end it?
Yes. Good point.
You want to add a point, Jalal?
I mean, you don't know how to use your magnets. Come to the point and you push it away. Anyway, thank you very much, all of you.
We're not pushing it away, we're absorbing it. And don't forget, Jalal is holding class tomorrow at 10 a.m. CEST for those who have signed up as private students. Please make yourself available to contribute and to absorb knowledge. Mr. Kesh just mentioned the orange in the cup, which Jalal has been trying to emphasize to many of us. And, the teachings are beautiful, so thank you, Jalal.
Is Mr. Kesh here or he went?
I think he took his ball and he's gone.
I was preparing a question regarding this. Anyway, next time.
Jalal, I think I heard Mr. Kesh do a slight when he goes to sleep a little bit. So I think the moment had passed.
And I was thinking of you as well, Jalal, and the others in Europe, that it's approaching, I think, is it midnight?
No, thank you. And Sunday we don't, we don't work and we can extend it. Normal day we extend it to after midnight. But anyway, thank you very much.
But I thought that was a very somber point that he made about, and this is the point he brought up to the religious leaders. Imagine if your lips were sealed. What would you do? So that's why I thought it might be a great spot to end it right there.
He always say, if you create a need, sincerely create a need, you will, the universe will apply.
Humble enough.
Exactly.
Humble enough to absorb from the universe or the sheep.
Mark, can I just make one quick last point
Of
from
course,
what you just said?
anyone can, yes.
So the thought just crossed my mind when you said about the point Mr. Kesh made about sealing the mouth and theology. There would not be any more preaching. And this would change the condition for many once the ability to preach, unless you went to the universal knowledge of doing it through your thoughts and intentions. So you would not be in the matter state. You would be in the soul state to be able to communicate. And this would be a very big change of condition for this beautiful little blue planet. Thank you, Mark.
Yes, I was going to ask him about the thorium car that General Motors had developed in the 50s, I think, and you wouldn't have to tank up for 40 or 50 years, but maybe we'll save that for another occasion.
You know, guys, he always say, beyond the imagination of the man. And you're still working with even your imagination. It is beyond your imagination. So whatever you say about any science, it's beyond this science. Although it seems look like it, but it's beyond that. If everything you imagine is coming from the small part, the weakest part of the component. So what about the others, which no one knows about them anything?
Like I said, he said that the nuclear plasma technology is a billion-year-old knowledge and technology for us.
So you want to compare it with any other knowledge? No way. That's why he said, if you close your mouth, in the religious books, they tell you, if you close your mouth, you don't speak for 3 days or 7 days or 21 days, you don't speak. You create another field of energy, which whatever you wish. But because you are using the talk, so you are not using the other one. It's the same thing what Mr. Cash just explained here. If you don't walk, and really, you don't walk, not you cannot walk. No, it's still different. You cannot walk because this is, you put it in what your knowledge is as illness, and you decide to finish. I cannot walk, so I am like the others. But now you know the knowledge. If you disable, not to walk, you will fly, because there is alternative for walking, and this is flying. If you disable that you do not talk, you yourself, not other side affection, you decided not to talk, then you communicate in the alternative, and this is the basic what you have, and this is my thought. because it is not coming of interaction with the environment. It is interaction with yourself. You decide it. And this is a whole different ballgame. But we do not do it because, in a way, no one taught us. And, no one opening this door. And even the communities where they goes beyond the physicality of the man, the age of the physicality, what we call the Tai Chi or all these sorts of, in a way, they are working with the
Colleges.
yeah. They don't know what is beyond all of this. They are using a part of the, a physicality. Still, they call it energies, and they know everything about the energies of the body. And they know a little bit about what there is part of energy, but they have no clue about it. They call it different names: soul, physicality, or a soul of the man. But it is in reality beyond whatever they imagine or they come across. And they do not use it. They know about it. Even when they are using it, they need to go to this box, which is they created, and they use it only in this box, nowhere. They cannot go outside. But if you don't build a box for it, that means there is no tangibility. So you can live it every second, and you can use it every second. But you need to shut down the physicality. Just shut down the physicality. It takes a lot of energies.
Jalal, no voice box. Your teachings from now on will be very interesting.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Well,
Jalal.
remember when Mr. Kesh mentioned about the universal community carrying an object or maybe wearing a ring, and they get everything they need from this object or ring?
Yes, a converter.
Yeah.
And this is to learn. We need to figure out what is this converter. Although we know it, although he said it in the last teaching, if you remember when he said, "Who gave you this powder?" We need to decipher a lot, but actually we need also to work.
Right, and he also said our knowledge in comparison to the knowledge of the universe is not a lot at this point.
If you are sitting home, you do nothing, you have nothing to do, and you don't have to do something. But if they put you in jail and you want to get out, you find thousands of solutions to come out, even through the wall. Why? Because of the condition of the environment. It pushes you to go out. But if you do it without the jail, do you suffer a lot? But because you do not imagine that it's happening. Let's see someone do it and then we do it. Oh, okay.
Jalal, one of the turning points for me was that I spent a lot of my life trying to analyze what was going on and deciding if I was agreeable to it. And so I ended up in a process where I knew very, very well what I didn't want to do. But I was totally lost in terms of what I did want to do. And part of the situation, if you can imagine when you were in school and someone asked you, well, what do you want to be when you grow up? And then you say, well, what are the options? Well, you know, you want to be a fireman, you want to be a policeman, you want to be a doctor.
Yeah, what is available?
Yeah, are those the options? Is that the menu? Is that it? So, you know, without knowing what the menu is, you know, how can you do that? You know, how can you make that decision? And then, you know, it's such a stupid question, really, when you think about it, because all it is an adult trying to engage with a child and, you know, trying to show off, I guess. But the thing is that I always asked a silly question. I remember in grade 3, I asked a question, and I don't know why I asked the question, but the thing was that you understand that school is structured. So the teacher decided we were going to have a free-for-all. You could ask whatever you want. I went, oh, well, isn't this cool? So I'm going to ask her, so like, why do we need blood? And she's like, oh my God, you know, figures you would ask that question. And I said, well, you know, what's wrong with oil? You know, the car takes oil. Why don't we have oil? And I never realized how important that question was. And I was only in grade 3. And I didn't realize how important that was. You know, maybe 35 years later, I realized how important that question was. But of course, she couldn't answer it, and she didn't want to answer it. And, you know, it was an annoying question. But that was the whole thing. I was at a seance. If you understand, a seance is where the medium goes into altered state, totally changes the voice and the mannerisms and everything. And I was sitting next to a lady who was blind. And I thought to myself, well, you know, he says, we're going to do a free-for-all. And I thought, oh, this is really neat. There's another free-for-all. So this is the last free-for-all was 30 years ago in grade 3. So he says, ask me anything you want. So I asked him some questions, and he got annoyed also. So I thought that was kind of strange because he's supposedly an astral being. And I thought it kind of strange that he would get annoyed. But he got annoyed because the nature of the discussion was going away from the structure that he was, I guess, pushing for. And then at the end of the session, after he shut me down and he carried on with his teaching, and the lady who was blind asked me, you know, she said to me, oh, you know, it's so wonderful. You were asking all the questions I've always wanted to ask, and I was always afraid to ask. And I thought that's strange because she was blind. And I would have thought that these were the kind of questions a blind person would absolutely want to know, because she lost the physical sight. But, you know, wouldn't it be nice to be able to talk to an astral being and find out what are the other capabilities that we have? So she had the opportunity, but for some reason she was hesitant to ask, although it would be more important for her to ask than it was for me. But it doesn't matter because he didn't answer the question anyway. So I carry on, and then I find out all the time and making decisions as to what I don't want, because those are the choices. What do you want? You want, you know, you want rice? You want noodles? What do you want? And well, is that all there is that's on the menu? Well, now we have something different. And so it's changed the rules where I have to say, hey, what do I want? And it puts a lot of pressure on you, because now you not only have to discount the menu, but actually it's like going to the restaurant. And I have to tell you, it's really cool, because I went to a Chinese restaurant, and my friend was well acquainted with the owner, and he ordered in Chinese. And I'll tell you what, it was fabulous. And what was really funny, the couple in the next table, they asked the waiter, says, "Oh, can we have what he's having? What is it on the menu?" And he says, "No, no, no, it's not on the menu, and no, you can't." So, it's really nice to be able to order off the menu, and that's where we're going. What we're doing in the plasma science is not on the menu. And all you have to do is just look at the news on a daily basis, and you see they talk about absolutely everything, except for the incompetence that they've been running. What is it, 19 months now? 19 months, the people who are paid to do the job can't do the job, don't know how to do the job, looking for excuses. And then we're blamed as super spreaders. Something's wrong with that picture. So we can change the process. We have to change the process because those who are responsible are not being responsible. So this is kind of becomes the obvious thing to do. Thanks for staying up late, Jalal, and thanks for everybody.
Thank you, Alex.
Okay, very good. Irma is asking, where do I find Jalal's class for tomorrow? Irma, are you a private student?
I am a private student, but I haven't found it. I don't know exactly where to look. I have not been able to get into my private student thing.
I am here. I am here. Just look at my face.
Yes, I see.
I'll put the Zoom number in. It's at 10 a.m. CEST. Now, I don't know what time that is for you. For me, it's -6 hours.
That's 4 a.m.
It is
Right.
10 hours from now.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
if you're
4
a
a.m.
private, you're a
Might be a little
private,
early.
yeah, if you're a private student, you're welcome to join, or you won't get in unless you
Oh,
are a
my
private
dear,
student.
ask Randy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my dear.
So thank you, everyone. I will play the message to humanity and then the final disclaimer, and then we'll end the meeting. Does anyone else want to add anything else before we do that? Thank you, Alex, and all the knowledge seekers. We're all doing this together. We learn from each other as we're learning from Mr. Kesh. Very interesting points, and hopefully we bring this up and it gets distributed right across the internet. But yes, this humbleness is connected totally to the ability to absorb. Anyone else before we go to the message to humanity?
One thing.
Yes, yes.
If you ask for something and you make a need for it, please don't make the plan. Because whatever plan you come with, what you will receive, it is above what you are planning. So you will not see it, you will not feel it because of your planning. Just make a request without planning how it will come to you, and make a need without making how it will come to you. The universe will find a way to deliver it to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Dean, did you want to add anything? I see your mic is open again.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all. I was going to say thank you, but I think Jalal said something that I'm not sure I should say what I was going to say, because I was going to speak about Alex's old world, and on the turn of a card, is it an ace or is it a joker? And it was more in response to the questions that he last spoke about. So in the matter state. And I think humanity has been going down that route for a little while now. So hopefully from the teachings of tonight and the beauty that has been spoken, maybe humanity will learn and experience what it needs to in these moments. Thank you all.
And I just wanted to add one thing about birds. I like to sing, I like to laugh, and if there is a really good alternative solution, I will definitely not eat. I remember the secret life of plants, and I've been guilty ever since whenever I'm eating, whether it's a vertical plant or anything. So I'll be happy to make the change without somebody having to close my mouth. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
That, what is the name of that author?
I'm not sure of the name of the author, but it's called The Secret Life of Plants.
Lloyd, no. Watson?
Oh. I'll try to look it up.
Lyle Watson.
For tomorrow.
It's Lyle Watson.
Lyle. Okay. Well, I'll now go and search it out. Thanks. Bye-bye.
No, it's very interesting. I don't know how many people know about Lyle Watson. But you know, there you go. Or Alan Watts. I'm sure a lot of people know about Timothy Leary. Do they know the truth about Timothy Leary? Do they know who Carlos Castaneda is? So I'm sure a lot of people know about these names. Do they know about the Keshe Foundation? I wonder. Maybe they just don't want to admit it. Time's coming. Thank you so much. Thanks, Gail. Thank you all.
Yes, thanks. Thanks to everyone. And we're all part of it, and the family is growing, and it will continue to grow. But we have a lot of knowledge ahead of us. We've learned a bit, and we still have a ways to go. And this knowledge will never end. So when you think you've arrived, you haven't. Okay, I will play Message to Humanity and then the final disclaimer, and then we'll end the meeting. Anyone else have been holding a thought or something they wanted to?
Cleve Baxter, Secret Life of Plants.
Mr. Baxter? I guess we can learn a lot from the plants, as we were talking about the other day, these olive trees living for 2,500 years. And we brag how smart we are, living 50 years or 100 years. So we have a lot to learn.
And the baobab tree in South Africa, in Limpopo, there is a baobab that's 2,000 years old, and people have they go into, it's called a shebeen, they go in to drink their beers in this center of this huge tree.
Okay, anyone else want to add anything else?
Mark, my lips are sealed. Good night.
I guess we won't be talking it over coffee or tea and crumpets, will we, Dean?
Now we have opened what I call the final stages of man to understand. Now you have to understand, you have no choice. It needs a lot of understanding, it needs a lot of positioning, it needs, there is a celebration going on. A lot of you will report massive number of UFOs in huge numbers. It's not one or two anymore. It's just like a party, let's all go there and there is a traffic jam. You will see those happening in the coming weeks. There is a big party going on this planet. Man has not seen it, do not understand it. In a way, without you knowing, you go to out shopping and you come home, the party is set, and then you have a surprise. In a way, mankind is waiting for that surprise, but there are few steps to be taken. The universal universal community has already laid out the party. And to lay the party, you need to bring a lot of things ready, a lot of souls. All friends are coming back. You will see a new transformation on the skies and in the skies of this planet very, very soon. We changed the whole structure as of last week, and we brought a new dimension. You will see it, you will feel it. And this situation with Corona, this actually would have happened because the soul of this planet was getting ready to join the universal community. And it's a solution for man to find himself in, to elevate himself. This is a universal council teaching. This is what we call one nation, one planet, one race. And in so many ways, we have made one of you, but we have joined you to be one of the totality. It's a birthday party. And those who are organizing the party, it's just, 9 months and so many days, the child is born and you get everything ready for the party of the birth. That's what's happening. For the coming weeks, you will see more and more activities in a very strange way, in a huge numbers. And some of them, they are single souls who left this planet thousands of years ago. They're coming back. They're coming back to welcome the new child. These lights you see in the skies, which will appear as single and in hundreds of thousands to come, many of them, they're not UFOs. They are the souls who left this planet and come back. They know it's the time to celebrate. But mankind is blind. And no radar can see the soul. If the radars could see the soul, every day millions of people who die and get born, why don't the radars don't show? The souls leave. Now we see the soul return. We see the light, and mankind has to understand. You have no choice. We have left you no more choice. We left it to you lot for some millions of years, and you did nothing but just mess it up more and more. And now it's just, it's the next step, next evolution. but how far, how much, to what extent mankind is ready for it is a question for the man to ask himself. You come here to learn a cup, you learn this, you learn that, but you're so blind you don't see what is in truth there behind. The reality is, and this is the question I asked yesterday as well, is the soul of the man as a man as totality ready for this transformation?
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.